Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. It's now 2 p.m. and we are in the continuation of in the Portfolio Committee of Communications and Digital Technologies. Secretariat, can I please get a sense from you if we have quorum to begin the meeting?
Good afternoon, Acting Chairperson. We have 3 members so far. Let me just keep checking.
Thank you. Just let me know if we're ready to start as soon as we have quorum. Thank you.
I'll do that.
Honorable Shongwe here, just confirming that I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. We have a quorum, Chairperson. We can proceed.
Oh, lovely. Once again, welcome, honorable members. Thank you all so much for availing yourself at a new slot in our Portfolio Committee, which has been necessitated due to different circumstances, the rearrangement of the parliamentary program due to the budget, as well as I think we're having a jam-packed, lots of items on the agenda. We need to cover a lot of items to cover, so therefore we've had to include Friday afternoon. And this was to allow and accommodate those members who had portfolio committees in the morning. So I think Parliament is working very, very hard, and you're all welcome to this meeting. We do have a quorum to continue to begin with the meeting. Secretary, may I please have the apologies for today's meeting?
Good afternoon, Acting Chairperson. We have an apology for the Minister, and then we have a standing apology for the Deputy Minister, as well as the DG. No apologies from members, unless other members have some apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Let us also record the apology of the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. She is also not with us, hence I'm acting in for her. Thank you so much, Secretariat. With those apologies, let us request that you flight the agenda for today. Okay, so the agenda is...
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes.
How are you
Yes,
today? Greetings to you and the members and the officials. I'm trying to check, Honorable Chairperson. It's not proper to elect a chairperson, because according to my understanding, if there is a meeting, when the chairperson is not there, the secretary is supposed to chair a starting of the meeting and elect a new acting chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Let me respond. Honorable Sitola, in yesterday's meeting, the chairperson had recorded her apologies for 2 days. That was for the meeting of Wednesday as well as for today. And accordingly, at the last meeting, the members took a decision that they will appoint a chairperson for both the meetings. And that is how I was appointed as the acting chair. Secretary, can you please confirm that is the correct understanding?
You are correct, Acting Chairperson. The last time on, when was this, Tuesday or Wednesday? We elected for 2 consecutive meetings. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Hajira. Honorable Sitole, that is the explanation. Thank you so much. Please, can we flight the agenda, Secretariat? Members, the agenda is also quite a jam-packed agenda. We have got, the meeting is set from 2 to 5 p.m. We've got 6 items, that is USAASA and USAF, together with SITA, ZADNA, FPB, and NEMISA. So that's about 6 items on the agenda. I would like to break it up into 2 sessions. We will take USAASA, USAF, and SITA. That will be the first 3. And we'll allow at least the members from these various entities. We have had sight of your presentations. They have been shared with us. We would like to request that you allow your presentation for about 10 to 15 minutes per entity, So that'll be about 45 minutes for the presentation, then we'll engage it. And thereafter, we'll take the remaining 3, that is ZADNA, FPB, and NEMISA. Can I please call upon who will be representing USAASA? Hajira, please can you assist me from USAASA, who will be leading the presentation?
They would be on the platform.
So the delegation from USAASA, please can you assist me by introducing yourselves and then lead the presentation, please, from USAASA.
Can we adopt the agenda?
Oh, sorry, Honorable Bodlani. Please, honorable members, we have an adoption of the agenda? A mover for the adoption of the agenda, please.
Okay, I have moved. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I don't see the hands up here. Honorable members, or not, Honorable Bodlani has moved for the adoption of the agenda. Can we have someone to second the agenda, please?
Second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shongwe Gabonga. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Bodlani, for that. Honorable members, let us, with the agenda adopted, we now call upon USAASA, who are the first entity, and USAF to do their presentation, please.
Good afternoon, Chair or Acting Chair.
Good
Honorable
afternoon.
members, good afternoon, Chair, and honorable members and colleagues from the sister entities and all members presently here. And thank you once more, Acting Chair, for the opportunity provided to us to present on both USAASA and USAF quarterly performance reports for the 2024-2025, specifically focusing on Q3 and 4 reporting periods. Honorable Chair, we prepared a slide presentation summarizing our performance for the reporting periods, which I will ask our Acting CEO, Mr. Ndlovu, to take you through, followed by the CFO, Ms. Matamela, on the financials. Chair, you will note from our presentation that there is an improved performance, especially insofar as USAASA, from the reporting period of Q2 to Q3, where we managed to move from the 40% performance to 83% performance. However, I must also acknowledge, Chair, with concern that there was a decline under Q4, where we have declined from 83 to 67% under Q4, and the reason for regressions are known to us. Hence, we have taken the necessary steps to strengthen our internal control system to ensure that there is that improved performance consistently. I must also indicate that insofar as USAF is concerned, we managed to achieve all targets for both Q3 and Q4. So you will note from our presentation that we'll be presenting on the 100% achievements insofar as USAF is concerned. Chair, without further ado, please allow me to ask our Acting CEO just to lead the team on the presentation. Thank you very much. Acting CEO, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to the Portfolio Committee Chair and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the CEOs and the DGs at present, and all the dignitaries and all protocol observed. Chair, my name is Luyanda Ndlovu, the current Acting CEO of USAASA. In terms of the presentation, Chair, I'm trying to share, and it's saying that now it allowed me. I was trying to share the whole at that particular time. It said the presenter did not allow. Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Chair. In terms of the USAASA performance for the third quarter, I am supported by my CFO, who will be taking us through the financials. Maybe let me do maybe slideshow. Yeah, I'm supported by the acting by the CFO, and also which is Nakisani Madamela, who will take over after I finish on my side, and will change the slide as we go through the slide. I'll present performance, and she'll come through the financial very briefly. And I'm also supported by the executive research strategy and performance monitoring, Tabiso Tukani. So as far as USAASA is concerned, the chair, as the chair has mentioned, we saw a great improvement in the third quarter, from 40% in the second quarter, with interventions that were put in the third quarter. We saw a rise in performance where we had 6 targets and achieved 5 of the 6 targets, which led to 83%. And one of the key activities that the agency embarked on, which was key in our branding and our strategy to ensure seamless communication, was that we had activities within the communication strategy, and we achieved all of them within 7% overachievement in those ones. And also we're able to review the 3-year stakeholder engagement framework and submitted it for approval to the accounting authority. We have done that, and we're able to achieve that one. And most importantly, that USAASA is a stakeholder and partnership-driven kind of a delivery mechanism. It was important that we have a very good and solid stakeholder management strategy, and that was developed, informed by empirical research, and it was successfully implemented. On the very important milestone for the country, which is the payment of service providers within 30 days, USAASA, we are proud to say that we're able to achieve we're able to pay all the service providers within 30 days. However, within the very same period, while we're able to achieve others, we're unable to achieve under the corporate optimization strategy that we had. And one of the key challenges with that is that most of that strategy was leaning into the financial capability of the organization. And unfortunately, in terms of our rollover funding, it was only approved within the same third quarter, which we were supposed to deliver. So unfortunately, most of the deliverables could not be done. For example, the procurement of the moving to the new building and others could not be done because we were not allowed, in terms of the financial management rules, to start procurement when there's no funds yet confirmed. So we had to wait for that one. So those are the only dip in our performance. However, we're able to also implement on the universal service research and strategy for the organization, as USAASA is intending to be the thought leader in the research strategy space. So we're able to achieve the target that was set into the research strategy, and a draft report was developed on the impact of the USAF services, and recommendations were made, and that will be clear in the coming financial year, when then we're starting to implement those changes. In terms of our financial statement, Chair, my CFO is going to quickly run through on this one for the said period. Nakisani.
Good afternoon to all colleagues and honorable members on the platform. Thank you, CE. So the financial statements for quarter 3, which is in December 2024. Please move on to the next one. I want to go directly to the financial statements to save us some time. Okay, so for USAASA, to bring to the attention of the committee, is just the cash balance. USAASA is an administrative vehicle, so you will see that this is where we hold our PE as well as our receivables from exchange transactions, our cash balance for operations. And I think important to note is that we are a going concern with a positive accumulated surplus balance. Thank you. On to the next statement. Okay, and then this is our statement of financial performance that then shows our revenue and the performance of our expenditure to our revenue. We are then just showing that we were able to spend all the revenue that was allocated to us in up to quarter 3, also comparatively so in the prior year. Just an important thing to note on that statement, you don't have to go back, but that there were budget cuts, and it's then reflected in the statement of budget and actual expenditure, where you will then see that for the majority of our line items. Please move down to the next slide. So for the majority of our line items, you see that if you look at the approved budget column as well as the final budget column, there were adjustments that were necessitated, which was a retention of funds to assist us in being able to deliver on our services, as we had been negatively impacted by a budget cut. You can move down. And then just to bring to the attention of the committee, all the budgeted areas seem to be a positive because of the retention. However, the allocation would have not sufficed to service all the commitments and expenditure that we had in up to Q3. The only expenditure where there was no implementation is on our tender for our building and our laptops, and that was purely due to capacity constraints within finance and supply chain management. Okay, next. Okay, these are the notes. I will not go through the detail just to manage time. Thanks, CE.
View or the summary we prepared this slide, the chair, just to provide for ease of reference, is that under USAASA achievement, there was a notable progress, and there were several indicators which were initiated. However, due to budget constraint, they could not be achieved. As we said, under governance, we have established loss control committee to deal with the issues of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. We are currently working on improving our internal controls. Under the financial overview of the organization, we are going concerns. However, we do have a budget deficit challenges due to the budget cut. And there are key understanding areas, for example, which are related to the project. And our key challenges, of course, is the budget uncertainty and the procurement delays and the capacity constraints for technical and delivery capability for the organization. However, we are addressing that in this financial year, and it will show then also in our reporting, in our other reporting period. Let me go to USAF third quarter. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to switch from this one. Maybe stop sharing. In terms of our, this is our USAF on for the performance report. Under USAF, Chair, I wouldn't want to waste much time of the committee. USAF is a star performing for USAASA, and most importantly, that is our core business as USAASA in terms of universal access and service. So on that one, Chair, we have achieved all our targets. Noteworthy will be the tracking of expenditure. As we know, the portfolio committee knows that we are a funding agency in terms of USAF, so we're able to track the expenditure on BDM service providers and the verification of the BDM installations, because our invoice payment is related to the successful verification of the installations itself. We don't make payment unless there's confirmation that all sites are up and there's a minimum required period, a network uptime that needs to be achieved, and that was done, Chair. And we verified all sites that were confirmed. And also we monitored all the completed sites within identified municipalities, and we paid all the invoices that were required as a requirement for National Treasury and financial regulation. Under financial management, my CFO, you can come in. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, CE. We can pass through these and go directly to the financial statements. Okay. And then under USAF, I think the important thing to note in our statement of financial performance is our inventories balance, which is where the majority of our activity is, and that is the BDM expenditure on inventories. And then just to also indicate, we're going concern with a positive accumulated surplus, and also just to note the high cash balance, which is due to the fact that the project-related funding sits within this entity. That is all on the statement of financial position. Please move to the statement of financial performance, where I will just be noting then as well that even under USAF in the current year, there was a budget cut, and you will see then the impact of the budget cut when we discuss the statement of budget and actual. And then in terms of our expenditure, all the expenditure carried under this entity is project-related expenditure. Same comments. I think it's not to repeat on the expenditures that the retention did assist us to evidence positive differences. However, under BDM and the broadband project fees, you will see that there's an under expenditure on the projects. This is due to delays and dependencies on implementation of both projects with BDM specifically. There are dependencies as well on other entities, our implementing agents. And with broadband, there's also challenges that relate to identification of sites and approval by municipalities for those sites. So sometimes the approvals are obtained quite late into the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. We can move, right? I think you covered it high level. Am I correct?
Yes, we won't be going through the notes. Thank you.
Then let me do USAASA fourth quarter and USAF fourth quarter. I'll quickly go to my thank you very much, Chair. And this will be our fourth quarter. Let me put it under slide show. This is our fourth quarter for USAF.
We've seen your emails, acting CEO. We're not seeing this slide.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me say again. Apologies, Chair. Tabi, so can you project from your side if that's fine, because I have too many documents that are open, dear Chair, on my side, and that's why maybe you can only see my emails. Can you see my slide, Chair?
Yes, I can see your slide. Quarter four for USAF, I can see.
Thank you very much. I'll be very quick, Chair. On quarter four performance, as far as USAF is concerned, Chair, this is also one of our. We've been consistently performing well under USAF, and we achieve 100%. The targets are the same also on the third quarter and the fourth quarter. So I would not waste much time. But however, in terms of the overall performance for USAF, we achieve 100%, which include the management of the key project of the country, which is broadcasting digital migration. And the challenges we have, of course, were the issue of procurement delays and the capacity within the agency, the year-end pressures, for example, that will include the stock count process that we need to do. And also the key insights that we have learned from that is that the agency has positioned itself as a strategic research and policy advisor to the state in terms of universal access and service, and that is within the mandate of USAASA. But we haven't been, as USAASA, position ourselves as a policy advisor and research organization. We have worked on that. We built a unit called Research Strategy and Performance Monitoring to show that we are intending to work around the issue of our core business as according to our mandate. So basically on USAF, Chair, which I said before is our key business, why USAASA exists is to manage Universal Service Access Fund and also push the agenda of universal access and service across the country. So that has been successfully achieved, Chair. This one, we had 5 targets. We achieved all of them. So this is one of our star performers. The performance indicators on the left are the same. So I will not take much time of the committee. But in terms of our finances, of course, there are differences there because as we spend, there are shifts within the budget and expenditure. So I'd like my CFO to just take us through quickly on this one. Then we wrap up with USAASA fourth quarter. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, CE. Please go. Thank you. Okay, so I think on USAF Q4 financial statements, it's the same comments that I'll be noting to the committee, only then with a specific reference to the payables from exchange transactions, where our payables balance was quite high because we started receiving all the invoices from our projects that hadn't been invoicing us across the year towards the end. Can move on to the next statement. Okay, and then under our statement of financial performance, it is similar comments because the line items are similar. It's also just then project-related costs as well as audit fees and administration and travel costs for both BDM and BDM and broadband projects. Also worthy to note is the budget cut, which I've already referred to under Q3. And then also the statement of budget and actual amounts, the comparison remains the same as what we had in Q3. If you look at, you can go on to the next slide. If you look at how then our differences vary, they are all still positive on the projects, and we've explained that the reason for that is the delay in implementation from the various issues that we discussed under Q3. As well as then what appears to be a positive on project overheads and audit fees that is due to an adjustment of the budget with the retention of funds. And that is all I would be presenting on USAF. Thank you.
See, you're muted.
I don't recall us receiving USAASA Q4. We've seen USAF Q4, but I think we haven't seen USAASA Q4.
Yes, indeed. So, Chair, I'm just asking the CE to unmute.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
please,
okay.
please project the USAASA Q4.
Okay, and my apologies, Chair, if it was not submitted on our side. As far as we know, they were all submitted, but we apologize if that is a if that is a case.
No, I don't think you've flighted it here.
Oh,
have we received it here? No, we haven't received
no,
it.
not on screen, Chair. You are correct. I haven't flighted it on screen. Let me. I think. Okay, so can the administrator allow Mr. Tugani to project on this one, please? Because the challenge with this document is that it was very big. It was about 6 megs at that time.
Angela, can you assist, please? Secretary.
Can you just repeat the name, please?
Okay, no, Chair, I'm fine now. Can you see it?
No, we're seeing your timetable, your calendar.
Let's see. Let's see. Actually, remove the. Okay.
I see a secretary is giving co-host to one of your colleagues there.
Okay. Titi, are you going to?
Mr. Matamela, you have co-host, right?
Maybe allow Tabiso Tugani. He's the person responsible for that. Who's okay, Chair, it looks like I've got it. Please advise if you can see my slide.
Yes, we can see a slide. You need to put it onto
slideshow.
Yeah, we can. Yes, please.
Okay. All right, Chair. I will definitely not take much of the time, as I've already did to the administrative net. Okay, on this one, Chair, USAASA, we've done very well from the second quarter, where the organization was at 40%, and we worked together to build controls and improve performance within the organization by increasing staff morale and putting in some controls here and there. But due to the financial, then on the third quarter, we're able to get 83%. But the third quarter included October, November, December, and we know that most of the stuff we needed to do in the new financial year, it needed financial capability, and those are the constraints that have made us to dip just a little bit to 67%, but still above 40% that we intended to achieve, and the reasons will be shared in my next presentation. So on this one, Chair, in terms of the activities to our communication strategy, we're able to achieve that, and also in terms of stakeholder framework, we still continued. However, we had challenges, Chair, and the portfolio committee on one of the key priorities we at USAASA have put that we need to achieve, and of course important for the whole country in terms of payment of service providers within 30 days. So what we did on this one, we're trying to build new controls to ensure that we reduce the issue of the audit findings and all that type of stuff. And due to our meticulous attention to detail and going through each and every invoice that need to be paid, there were delays that were experienced within that verification process, because we had about 29 invoices that we received, and we were not able only to pay 7. Of course, one is too many, Chair, that we fully agree, and we are saying the 7 that were not paid were because of the processes that we were going back and forth with the service provider to ensure that we pay the correct invoice, the correct work that was done. But because of that, it could not make it to the batch that was going to be paid. So those 7s were the ones which were affected in that regard during the verification process. However, we've tried to speed up and improve our processes in that, Chair, because what happened in the past is that we will pay any day of the week, and that affected the quality work that needed to be done. So now what we've done with our CFO, we've put in mechanism that invoices are paid on a particular day. So that means we give the project managers to verify before and ensure that everything is done between Monday and Thursday. Then on Friday, finance, they get the invoices, they start working on them. However, that being the case, Chair, we are still improving on this one and ensure that we can pay service providers within a prescribed period. And another one, Chair, of the project, of the capabilities we're not able to achieve that we planned, was the same corporate optimization plan, where it depended mostly on the finances, the same one that we couldn't achieve in the third quarter. But now we were planning to move to the new building, and due to that administrative process, because our target was that by the end of the quarter, we would have moved to the building. So the fact that we started procurement could not save us in that process. So as a result, because we know procurement takes roughly 3 to 4 months if you're going to go on a tender process. So we are currently in the tender process. We'll be appointing a service provider. I think in the middle of June, we should be done with that process. But this is one that has delayed us in this regard. In terms of our IT strategy, we developed, consulted, but we just needed to take it through all the governance processes, and that one we couldn't achieve very well. Hence, right now we are increasing our capability, because at USAASA we did not have key people in right positions. Now we are advertising a position of the senior manager for IT, and will be closing soon. This will be addressed. However, this we admit we could have done better, but we are saying on the rest and going forward, all these things, Chair, will be addressed. So with that, with all that we were not able to achieve. However, we're able to achieve the core mandate of USAASA, which is research. So we did a research report, and it was approved by the board and to be published to the country, and we're going to improve us on how we manage our USAF project. So in terms of project progress, we move from 83 to 67, but we are going further up. We're hoping that in this new quarter we are going to do better. And also our biggest challenge was that we were too ambitious in our objectives when most of the things depended on the finances. So this time we've curtailed, and we thank the committee for allowing management to review their strategy. Now we know that strategy will be fit to be achievable even if we don't have financial means, meaning you find creative ways to still achieve even if you don't have to outsource by building internal capability. So thank you very much, Chair. This is at a nutshell USAASA. CFO, quickly you can come here. Thanks.
Thanks, CE. Please go directly to the statement of financial performance. Thank you. So under USAASA, I think the comments are quite similar to what I made under Q3, just noting then that we are a going concern and that all our administrative expenditure for the running of both USAASA and USAF are incurred within these financial statements, and it also holds the assets that are utilized for the office space. Please go to the statement of financial performance. Thank you. Okay, I'm noting the same comments that there was a budget cut, and that's why you'll see when we go to the next statement that we required the assistance of a retention of funds in order to be able to deliver on all our commitments. Please go down. So similar pattern is what will then be displayed in this statement, where we are evidencing that there was a budget cut, but for us to be able to achieve, we required the assistance of a retention of funds, and then the differences also followed that pattern. Then that some funds were saved from the retention. And I think we've also explained the big difference in the capital expenditure, which was non-implementation due to capacity. Please go down. Okay, that is just the explanations that I've just given. So you can then move to the end of the presentation, CE. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. That will be all from USAASA. So in this just globally, in coming to the end of the financial year now, we've seen a great improvement in terms of USAASA from the governance point of view, and also from that translated into the performance point of view with the appointment of the executives. And now USAASA is finalizing the process of a permanent CEO, and we are building capabilities within USAASA with the assistance of the board, with a very robust board committees from risk to operations. We are making sure that everything is in place. So we are saying to the committee, as we are building an inclusive, sustainable and meaningful universal access agency of South Africa, we will be working together. The committee will start seeing changes at USAASA. We are aware of the image that USAASA had for a number of years, and we are intending to turn it around. And we think it's a time that the country sees value for having an organization like USAASA. With that, Chair, thank you very much. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, the team from SASA and USAF, for your presentation. We will now receive the presentation from SITA. Can I invite the team from SITA? I see Mr. Reddy is on the call. The team from SITA, please.
Chair?
Sorry, I don't see hands going up.
No, I'm sorry. I really did not put my hand up, so it's not your eyes. So I'm sorry. Okay. Chair, can I just confirm who is leading the department?
Yes. Who's there from the department? Can we get a confirmation, please? I'm looking for... Who's here from the department?
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Omega Shelembe. I am leading the department in the absence of the DG, so I'm acting DG today. Thank you very much.
Welcome, acting DG, like me, acting chairperson today. Welcome. The SITA, please, can we receive the presentation from SITA?
Sorry, Chair, if I may.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Vilakazi, I don't see your hand up either.
I did not put it up, my apologies. I do not remember hearing about getting an apology from the department other than the minister and deputy minister. Did we receive an apology for the DG?
Hajira, I recall, I think, receiving something. Hajira, can you please confirm?
Yes, Acting Chair, I did read that the deputy minister and the DG done official business when we started.
Standing. You said standing apology. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Vilakazi. That's your response from Secretariat. Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Bodlani, hands up.
Chair, I think let us capture this correctly. The apology was a standing apology for the deputy minister, but not for the DG. And if the DG has a standing apology, could we just be reminded what it is for, just so that we capture it correctly?
Okay. Hajira, can you please respond to that?
Will do. It was an oversight. I think the DG is with the Deputy Minister, Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable Lani, are you happy with that? I assume they're out of the country. Are they out of the country? Is that the reason? Are they out of the country?
Correct. It is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Hajira. Okay, so can we receive SITA's presentation?
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reddy.
Yes, and committee members. All protocols observed. I'm going to share from my side. Just want to confirm whether we can see, Chair.
Yes, we can see and we can hear you clearly.
Thank you, Chair. Just an apology for the board chairperson, Ms. Sitandi Madau. She was on earlier on, but she had to leave due to other engagement. I'm just going to take you through the Q3 and Q4 report. I've got the CFO also with me, so I'll hand over to him at the financial section. So the strategic outcomes, initiatives, capabilities for the 5-year targets, we'll give an overview of that. The performance overview, we'll give a view of that, a few of the performance highlights, the interventions to close the performance gaps, financial performance. We'll also look at the strategic risks and mitigations. So just on a high level, in terms of SITA's vision, mission, and values, we have an impact statement that looks at improving citizens' experience through ICTs. Our initial state of the organization, we have a view here. I'm not going to go through the details. We look at digital capabilities in terms of the areas of focus. Our revised target stated for the organization by 2025 was 100% implementation of court online phase 2, 100% implementation of indigent household phase 2, 98% core network availability, 85% employees trained against our plans, 11% EBITDA as a percentage of revenue, and 43% procurement spent on SMME, Black women and youth and people with disability. So that was our key objectives, underpinned by strategic projects in the bottom layer in terms of research, cybersecurity, and cloud computing and the likes. If you move to our strategic programs, our thought leadership and service delivery, in terms of providing research and innovative solutions to government, the key areas was M3, which was implementation of court online phase 2, the implementation of indigent household, the citizen super app, and then percentage customer satisfaction. We moved to digital infrastructure. The focus was on core network availability, implementation of government public cloud across multiple hyperscalers, and then looking at security maturity assessments across government, as well as security awareness campaigns, and then rolling out and expanding of the security operations center capability across government departments. If we move to skills and capacity development, it focused on employee training against the plan. On financial stability, we're looking at improving on our EBITDA, and then also looking at our year-on-year service revenue growth. From a procurement and industry transformation, we looked at creating framework agreements with original equipment manufacturers to get volume discounts to government, and then also looking at increasing spend with SMMEs, women, Black and youth groups. Our underpinning strategic projects dealt with software-defined networks, SA Connect Program 1 and 2, automation of services, and data center modernization. If we go to the Q3, Q4 performance, Chair, and I just want to indicate when we submitted the slide deck, It was in the beginning of May, and we were still going through audit on our performance. So numbers have changed. We will submit an updated deck, but I will talk through the changes. So the Q3 performance was at 50%, and the various dimensions, the program 1 in terms of thought leadership, we were 100% not achieved at the time. Program 2, we were 20% not achieved, 80% achieved. And then on the program 3, we were 100% achieved. On financial performance, there were not targets that were linked to that quarter. It would be a Q4 target. And then on the procurement and transformation, we were 50% achieved, giving us a total 50% at Q3. Moving to Q4, and these figures have changed. So basically, on the program 1, we were 25% achieved. That has shifted then to 50% achieved. On program 2, we were 60% achieved, which has shifted to 100% achieved. Program 3 was 100% and remains at 100. Program 4 was at 50% achieved, and this would move then through to 100. And then on the overall, we were 54%, 57% achieved on this, but we've now moved to 78.57. Happy to report that, Chair, as these objectives were audited, and those are the latest numbers sitting at 78.57. The key areas that we did not achieve on in the Q4 area was basically quarter on line. We concluded that, so we just missed the Q3 target. The indigent households, we achieved that. We just missed the Q3 target. The Citizen Super App, we missed Q3 and Q4. Our satisfaction level, we missed Q3, and we did not meet then the 60% customer satisfaction level. So we missed that. The cost savings on framework agreements, we missed Q3, but we met Q4. And then our percentage implementation on public cloud and enabling multiple hyperscalers, we missed Q3, but we met Q4. And then our percentage year-on-year service revenue, we basically met the Q4 target there. And then if I move to the next slide on performance highlights, Thulamela municipality in terms of indigent household, so we rolled out that solution. Due to multiple improvements and redundancies that we brought in. We've addressed multiple single points of failure in that rollout. On the data center modernization side, we've addressed a number of single points of failure. We've upgraded our electrical and mechanical infrastructure. And then on the cybersecurity side, Security Operations Center, we've rolled out, expanded the Security Operations Center to 39 departments with a target of 35. And then on our training, we exceeded our training at 89.43 against 85% target. SMME spend, we basically reached 59% and exceeded our 43% target. Cost savings from framework agreements with original equipment and manufacturers, we're sitting at 70% saving against a target of 35. And then learners, 80 learners were successfully involved in a robotics prototyping solution where they were mentored and coached by SITA and partners. And we've also rolled out cyber labs across the country in the reporting period. Just some interventions. So there are 3 areas that we did not meet. Citizen Super App, and the predominant reason for the Citizen Super App was it was going to be a CAPEX driven project, and we changed the model to a revenue sharing model. And this brought a little bit of complexity on how to go about doing this with industry. So we brought in GTAC, we benchmarked with SABC on some of their solutions, and we were delayed in terms of then rolling this out, but we have this on our program for the new financial year to push to conclude this Citizen Super App. Percentage customer satisfaction, our target was 60%. We achieved 48%. The dimensions that we scored under 50 was efficiency, transparency, and outcomes driven. We've got improvement initiatives that we're running to address these areas, which we will complete. I think one of the key areas is procurement and our turnaround times, and we are focused on automating procurement in this new financial year within the next 6 months, Chair, and we're making good progress there. If we move then to the revenue aspect, we were sitting at 5% in the last when we submitted, but we were sitting at 4% revenue growth as we closed then with the audit outcomes. These gaps in terms of court online, cybersecurity measures have all been closed. So these were performance areas have been addressed. I'm going to hand over to the CFO, Chair, to deal with the financial part. The CFO, if you could come in.
Good afternoon, Chair and members and colleagues and board members. I will just briefly talk to the finance. Chair, obviously the numbers that are presented here on the slide were the numbers at the time this report was prepared. We have been busy with the year-end processes, and hence maybe the AMD talking about, you know, the numbers changing. So at the time they were correct, but with the year-end processes, there has been some movements on these numbers. I think the slide, Chair, just provides a summary of those targets that are already on the performance on the APP. So the EBITDA now sitting at 10.4% still met. The revenue growth now sitting at 4%. Unfortunately, that target is not. We did not meet the revenue growth on service revenue. We can move over to the next slide. This slide, Chair, just provides the different buckets that makes up our account receivable, money owed by clients to us. We thought maybe let's present this one as seeing that the number has increased over time. The total number was sitting at 2.9 billion rand at the time we were preparing the presentation. The latest number, it's about 3.1 billion rand. So it hasn't really moved materially in relation to the balance, and mainly because of those customers that had some struggles with paying some of their debts that were due to us. We did enter into very robust engagement with those specific departments, and we're already seeing the benefits of that, because some are already paying in Q1 of this financial year relating to the debts that were outstanding from the previous financial year. And as one of the mitigations is to make sure that the contracting for the current year, it is aligned to the available budgets of those clients, so that you don't end up with a situation of our debtors are increasing in relation to the services that we are rendering. We can move to the next slide. I think you can jump this one, just go to the summary income statement. Yes, on the statement of financial performance, Chair, I will just focus on the right-hand side, which just provides a full year picture at the time. If you go to the revenue line item, so revenue was sitting at 7.6 billion rand. It moved slightly to 7.7 against the budget of 7.9 billion rand. So we did not generate the revenue we planned, and mainly because of targets that were opportunities rather that did not realize in the current financial year, and part of the contribution to us not meeting our 10% revenue growth target, which ended up at 4%. Cost of sales, it's pretty much in relation to the revenue. We are below budget, mainly because we did not generate the revenue. Therefore, obviously, we will also not incur the related expenditure, which then, Chair, brings us to the operating surplus of about 683 million rand, with the surplus that comes out of the total balance. So overall, when we look, even though we did not meet our target on the revenue, but when you look at the bottom line, we are still projecting a surplus, and we are still sustainable. We've looked at the ratios. We should be able to service our debts when they fall due within the next 12 months, and we are solvent. We can confirm based on the reported numbers. Next slide. Next one again. Just moving over to the strategic risks, Chair, and just performance on the mitigation plans that we had put in place at the beginning of the year. The slide just shows the Q3 and Q4. So just overall, at the time of this report was prepared, we were sitting at 77.94% against our mitigation plan. That's on the top. And then I think on the far right-hand side, it just provides the status against the various risks. If you go to the next slide, I just want to focus on one specific one that relates to the audit on the next slide. So the one at the bottom, Chair, and I think this is another example of the things that have been overtaken by events. When you look at our performance, we were sitting at 44.2, what we had achieved of the plans related to the audit. If you look at the latest, we were sitting at about 78%. So there has been quite a significant improvement if you look at the time the report was prepared until now. And on the others, there might have been slight movement, but I thought let me just flag this one also, given that we are busy preparing for the submission of the 31st of May, and at least we can just show the latest progress against the mitigation plans. I think in summary, Chair, I think we can stop here. The total is 77.9 at the time. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. That's the submission from SITA, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy, and thank you to your CFO for the presentation. Honorable members, as I had indicated, we will take the first three presentations which we have done of USAASA, USAF, and SITA. We will now allow an opportunity for members to engage these three entities. I'll take hands now. Honorable Sitole. I recognize you, Honorable Sitole.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to the presenter, because the information actually help us to understand the programs and the processes and the procedurally which was been done to all this information of target of items and the fundings of the items. But Honorable Chairperson, I'm worried, Honorable Chairperson, because you see, if you have a target, you have to achieve your target. If you don't achieve your target, you're supposed to have a complete report and the strategy after that how are we going to achieve the next target, because it means if you don't achieve your target, it means there is some challenges which we're supposed to know all those challenges. If you check the USAASA, they failed to achieve 67%. They only achieved 33% on their target. So now it actually worried me. And the issue of invoices, of paying the invoices, that was our outcry always, that we have a problem of not paying the customers, the contractors, and all those who are involved on the invoices. If they fail to pay 28 invoices and they only paid 22, it means, Honorable Chairperson, there are some challenges. If they can give us what is the challenges, because if they always say they're financially constrained, we understand that. But when you are targeting, you make your target, you envisage the issue of finance, because whatever you are doing, the finance is involved. So now that thing need to be actually clarified, Honorable Chairperson, because they are crying that they want to retain the funding, which is good. But how far have they put that submission to ask for from Treasurer the retaining of fund? And the Honorable Chairperson, I'm worried about the issue of CEO, because they say they are on the process of CEO, but Honorable Chairperson, CEO is the backbone of a company, is the backbone of the entities. So their envisage, their strategy, how are they going to, when are they going to have the permanent CEO? Because we cannot just always receiving that they are in a process. There is no process that mustn't be finalized. And the Honorable Chairperson, the issue of SITA, because the program 1 and program 5, Honorable Chairperson, they actually failed to achieve that one. Now they're trying to score their thinking, so that we must all actually bind by their information that they give it to us. But the truth of the matter is that they didn't fail. They failed to achieve program 1 dismally, and they failed to achieve program 5. They have on 50 on program 5, Honorable Chairperson. If they can give us their strategy to achieve these programs. And the other, Honorable Chairperson, you see the issue of citizen, the super app, that one is very critical to people of South Africa. But they are not there. The rollout and the finalization of it is not actually been highlighted. If they can give us their rollout finalizations. And the issue of cyber security, Honorable Chairperson, I don't know, because we all members, they are always complaining about this cyber security to all our entities. But it seems that they don't have a strategy to deal with the cyber security. Please, Honorable Chairperson, can they draft or either give us this strong strategy? When are they going to deal with the type of cyber security? Because it's actually killing the program that they do have in the industry. And then there is a complaint from the SITA, from other departments, that their performance are very poor on performance. They even thinking that if they can take the SITA's performance or the SITA's operations to themselves, how are they going to deal with that challenge? Because it's a big challenge to all portfolio committees. We are sitting in different portfolio committees. Some are actually failing because they say it's SITA who caused them to fail. The last one, Honorable Chairperson, is the issue of revenue. Their target was 5%. They were 10%, but they only achieved 5%. Honorable Chairperson, please, I'm begging them that they have to perform according to their performance plan. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sithole, Honorable Bodlani. Sorry, Honorable Shongwe first, and then Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Bodlani, Honorable Mkhakha, and then Honorable Velakazi, in that order, please. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Greetings to you, Chair, and greetings to the committee, Chair. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you're audible, Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, I'm not going to ask much, Chair. I just want to adjust few clarity on this issue of USAASA. I'll echo amazwi from Ubabu Sitole, where my question will be around the CEO, because we started with the silent acting CEO. I can see now we are no longer on a silent acting CEO, it's an acting CEO. When and where are they with the appointing of the CEO? And again, I want to know, with the current acting CEO, what are the limitations in terms of authorizing certain things and working? Does he find himself being constrained or limited to certain functions work-wise? I would like to know that, Chair. And then number two, I heard they said they've met all their targets, but they've dropped in the thing. But I just want clarity that if you have met target, how would you drop in your achievement? I just want to know that, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Bodlani.
Thank you so much. I was just making a note. I was writing something. I was trying to count, Chairperson, the number of times the acting CEO of USAASA said budget cut as well as the CFO. So just to tell them, we did hear that point. The point was made. But Chair, perhaps on a serious note, is to really congratulate the acting CEO to say there has been some stability with USAASA. And we know that they've gone through a turbulent time. And like Honorable Shong says, the department must really tell us what is needed to ensure that there is a permanent positioning in that. But Chair, I think we have engaged all the entities that have presented. So it's not a lot that we could be asking from the third and fourth quarter reports, because as a committee, we have really managed to have continuous interactions with these organizations. But for me, I would say, besides the budget cut, what has been the biggest challenges with USAASA, and how have they mitigated? Because the biggest thing we had was the challenges of the funds. And I would love to congratulate them on saying they have really now taken their place as a research organization for the sector, and to say, when can we expect that research report to be released? Are they able to share with us at a high level what the findings of those of that report was, and especially on the issue of USOs, if anything? Check. The issue of the digital migration is now coming in. I do understand that there is a court ruling on this, but obviously it is impacting on the reporting that we are seeing here today. The question I have is that, are they able to tell us what is the latest? Because the CEO spoke about doing a stock taking. What has been, where are we? Are we having hardware that is sitting somewhere? And what does that mean for the relevance of that hardware, considering that the project is in limbo? So basically, what has been the impact of the analog switch off delay date, which now is not known on themselves? If they could just speak to us on that. Chair, on the issue of office space, I've made it my crusade to say government organizations must really rent space from each other. We had yesterday how the other day how Home Affairs is renting space from the Post Bank. So when USAASA talks about wanting to rent space, how far have they gone in engaging, for example, the Department of Public Works to and so that at least the money circulates within government? And I'm not sure what their arrangement is. I think one of the things we have not done is to visit their offices. So what led to them needing office space, please? As well as with SITA chairperson, I did see this afternoon an advert for the managing director, so I can also assist the committee and confirm that it has been advertised. And again, we have interacted with them over a number of meetings, but I remain worried about the reports of them doing manual invoicing, and I would love to get more on how far they are with the automation of the payment systems. And while we have their attention, we know that the minister has requested the Public Service Commission to do an investigation at SITA. How has that affected the morale of the organization? And how have they cooperated with that investigation? And Chairperson, perhaps to ourselves to say, we have been requesting the terms of reference of that investigation. I don't know if the Secretariat can tell us if those have been received, and if they have, could they just please be shared with the Portfolio Committee? Chairperson.
Yawanga, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Mkhakha.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Thanks, honorable members and everybody in the platform. Chair, I'm unable to expose myself. I'm multitask here. I'm in an organizational meeting, wearing the regalia, so I won't be able to switch on my video. Chair, just few questions, Chair, particularly in relation to USAASA. We appreciate the progress they are making, but at the same time, there's this matter of 30-day payment as required by law. I would say that they couldn't meet the targets in terms of paying the invoices. That's a requirement of law. But the question is, are you able to measure the impact, the negative impact you are making to these SMMEs as a result of non-payment of these invoices? Are you able to measure the negative impact you are making for the survival of these bodies? Two, Chair, it's in relation to SITAs. There's a lot on SITAs, but I think just to streamline issues, it's in relation to legal costs. Especially you mentioning a new phenomenon of court online. Maybe you can explain this new phenomenon, but how much are you spending as far as that is concerned? And the overall cost, legal costs, I failed to capture in your presentation, if they are there. The next one is in relation to accruals. I don't see anything that speaks to accruals here. And I know that end of the financial year would always capture accruals succinctly so that you were able to understand whether your new allocation of budget is not going to be undermined by accruals. But I didn't see anything here. Does it mean that you don't have any accruals, any form of accruals across your sections as an entity? The last one is in relation to the revenue. Your target was 10%. You could only meet half of 10%. That is 5%. I don't get clear reasons as to why. Can you explain to us as to what exactly are the reasons of you failing to meet 50% of your targets, which is serious because targets are set by yourselves, and the expectation is that during your planning, at least you were able to be scientific in dealing with this particular question. I don't want to enter in this one of digital migration, Chair, because I thought Honorable Bodlani has touched on it, but my question was as to how far are we with this migration now? But that question has already been posed. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhakha. Honorable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Chair. And with your permission, may I please keep my video off at this time?
You're fine. That's fine, Honorable Vilakazi.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentations. My question for USAASA, I noted that they mentioned that there are capacity constraints that have impacted their work in various ways. I just wonder, and these came up in both Q3 and Q4, What is the extent of these capacity constraints, and how does USAASA intend for this to be addressed? My next question was about the set-top boxes that have been mentioned by all my colleagues up to now. And then I wonder, looking at USAASA, and we ask this question often, but I think things change, and I'm not sure that I've ever really got a clear answer to it. With this proposed rationalization of entities, what is the impact of that on USAASA's ability to plan? And how do you manage that do you view this as an organizational risk? And if so, how do you manage it? And in Q3, I noticed that, in fact, in both Q3 and Q4, the bottom line to me appeared to be deficit. In Q3, it is marked deficit. In Q4, it's marked as surplus, but it's negative. And I'm just wondering how this is, this was on the income statement. Just wondering how this impacts the much highlighted going concern status if it seems that we keep operating at an operational loss. And then this move to new buildings. I'm just reminded this week there's been a case in the news of one of the state entities and multi-million rand lease agreement that is that's been set aside. But anyway, there's just a lot of scandal generally within government and entities around lease agreements and property rentals. So maybe we could hear this from the board. What is the justification for the move of location? And has the board satisfied itself that proper processes have been followed and that we are not going to be reading about USAASA in the news in the near future? Moving on to SITA. Now, I get bothered about SITA because we can see the commitment, particularly of the new regime within SITA, in terms of turning the organization around. And as a committee, because we get these reports, we are able to get a glimpse of what's happening within SITA and some of the wins. However, the public isn't isn't always privy to that information, and so there is this tendency to just paint SITA as this organization that's really not doing much for the country. To add to this, there was recently the Mpumalanga province laptop scandal, and then Home Affairs itself had there was something about Home Affairs. Oh, it wasn't Home Affairs per se. In fact, it was Home Affairs, and that way that implicated SITA in some way. And of course, SITA came out with a statement in both instances with statements to say that they're not implicated. Now, what is it that SITA, there are people that watch this meeting online, and it gets reported also in other ways. What would SITA want the citizens to know about what it's responsible for and what it is not responsible for, so that people have an idea of when things come out in the news that no, this yes, this is SITA, or no, this can't be SITA? What would you tell us about the limitations of your responsibility in that regard? A question that's related to that is compliance of departments and entities with SITA standards in their internal systems. To what extent is SITA able to specify the compliance and monitor or enforce even the compliance of departments to SITA standards and norms set by SITA? Because I do know that this is one of those reasons that there are issues within particular departments, and SITA ends up taking the blame. The Citizen app, I noted that you put stuff on there, and that part of the challenge is that you have to deal with different entities, etc. I'm wondering, is the idea here that the app will be developed and once ready, just put out at once, or perhaps could SITA consider a phased approach where you may target a cluster of government departments, or I don't know in what way, but phase it in so that at least one part of the app is done, and then there's a year, 18 months to work on another, just so that there's movement, because I've been hearing about the citizen app since I joined Parliament last year, more than a year ago now, but there doesn't seem to have been much movement. What is a way in which this implementation can be speeded up? And then finally, in regard to revenue and the financials, it was mentioned that there's been some movement that's been made in getting state entities to pay their dues to SITA. Can you give us the amount by which state entities are outstanding, please? As a colleague of mine in an earlier meeting this week spoke of name and shame, but we are not. I'm not recommending that yet, but it might mean that we go that route if this situation gets worse. But for now, I'm just interested in knowing what is the extent of the debt to SITA, outstanding debt to SITA by government departments. Thank you so much, Chair.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Velakazi. I think I've covered all the members. There's no further hands. Before I hand back to the entities to respond first, and then we'll request Acting DG Shelembe to also contribute, because I think there was some input that was needed from Acting DG. Maybe let me just add to a few questions on my side. On USAASA, the targets, what targeted actions are being taken to tackle the shortcomings in Q4? A lot of what I might ask going to be a repeat, so just ignore it if it's been repeated. The Q4 report shows, okay, that's the one about the drop in the notable decline in this 100% achievement in Q3 with regards to the payments. So, and you did indicate you're trying to have a really perfect system, and I think Honorable Sithole and other members have echoed the sentiment of the impact on SMMEs. So my question probably will be, how will the newly implemented structured workflow guarantee prompt payments in future? What are we going to do to overcome it? Because whilst we attain perfection, we need to ensure that the wheels don't stop turning at the SMMEs. So we need to find that perfect balance. USAASA have encountered reductions in funding affecting every sector. In what ways will the agency shift its financial focus to really prioritize essential activities? And what impact did these changes have on delivery? Maybe one more question for USAASA will be, the stakeholder engagement unit excelled in Q3 and Q4, and we commend that surpassing your expectations. So what approaches led to this achievement, especially your alliances with GCIS, with SITA and DCDT, and how will these collaborations be maintained as you move forward? For USAF, what effective approaches or methods led to the sustained success of Q3 and Q4? And how do you plan to uphold this as we move ahead? And just a point of why this is very important, this meeting and these presentations, particularly the Q4 quarter for Q4, is because it's really this Q3 and Q4 are the two periods in which this portfolio committee had an intimate oversight over. So we have been seeing the green shoots, and we have been seeing, as we've seen in the last one with the post office and post bank and other entities. So we have a particular interest in this because this is really the manifestation of the oversight where we've had direct oversight in the last 2 quarters. Another one for USAF is maybe regarding your financial strategies. What are your strategies that are established to ensure sustainability, particularly in the event that your retained funds are exhausted? And finally, USAF, you've showcased impactful partnerships with organizations such as Centec and SAPO. In what ways are these collaborations being enhanced to guarantee effective project execution, and what significance do they hold in addressing implementation obstacles? And maybe for SITA, I think we'd like to get a sense of what is the overall mood of staff. I know in our last oversight visit, there was a lot of internal rumblings at the management level. How is the state of leadership and in management at the moment? What is the mood? What is the overall mood at the top level at management? And maybe what is the level of staff, the mood among staff? The issue surrounding your poor performance and achieving 50% revenue has been emphasized. I would really like to ask the question, I think Honorable Member have asked, what was the cause of this? Have we done a deep dive into the why? Have we done a why analysis about what was the cause of this? Is it our pricing? Is our service levels that we're unable to achieve 10%? And maybe what is the impact of that non-achievement or a sustained non-achievement on the business model itself? We acknowledge and appreciate the achievements that have been done, but I think the fact if we are unable to maintain a revenue growth, and maybe if we say we have achieved 5%, I probably would ask the question, what is the real increase in growth if you factor inflation into account, if you only achieved 5%? So I think all other factors remain constant. Revenue growth is crucially important because it's an indication that we are doing something right and that our customers are satisfied with us and they will keep coming back to us. So maybe let me pause there and hand to maybe the SITA, to the chairperson of USAASA to lead their responses. Then we'll go to SITA. Sorry, did I not recognize
Sorry, I have
somebody?
my hand up. I beg your pardon.
Sorry, let me just check for that, Honorable Modlani. I didn't look for hands. I'm sorry about that.
No, Chairperson, I'm also sorry. I got kicked out of the meeting, but I thought I have three questions that could also add to the discussion if you allow it.
Sure, Honorable Modlani, I'll allow it.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, what did not come out clearly for me with the report was the ongoing monitoring of the issues that the AG has raised. If the responses could also speak to us about what is being done to ensure that by the time the next audit happens, there is the addressing of the AGs and the concerns that they have made. I understand there's also different forums that the entities would sit on to get ongoing monitoring and evaluation by the AG. So if they could also speak to us about what interventions are being made. And on USAASA, Chair, I tried to go back to the presentation, but I do remember there was a line item about legal. So I do not know whether there is an increase in legal fees or not. Could they just confirm that? And or is there more litigation towards themselves? Just so that I'm clarified. I'm sorry, I could not find it on, I don't remember which quarter it was reported on. So if they could just clarify what is the status of the legal cases that they are handling at this point. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Lani. Maybe also let me just add to Honorable Lani's question surrounding legal. I also noted a question, what gives rise to this line item? To have line item of legal expenses, and then there's a line item called general expenses, and it constitutes quite a substantial amount. Maybe if you can just help us break down the general expenses and maybe in a little bit detail in terms of what constitutes, gives rise to these legal expenses. Let me hand back to USAASA, then to SITA, and then the department in that order. Thank you so much. Chairperson of USAASA can lead the responses.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, all honorable members, for the questions. There's quite a lot of questions, Chair, which I will start with the easy ones and give the difficult ones to the executive team. Chair, I think I must start with the question from Honorable Vilakazi, because the response, in a way, it cuts across many other questions that have been asked. Is the question that relates to the extent to which these staff shortages or capacity constraint might be affecting the business of USAASA and the whole issue of rationalization. I think I must start there, Chair. Chair, indeed so, Chair. I think there is that uncertainty because of the disestablishment, which in a way it does impact on our strategic objectives as an organization, including the staff morale and the critical skills that we want to attract in order to ensure that there is that efficient delivery of USAASA's mandate. So that we can't shy away. It does impact on the planning of the organization. But I must also indicate, Chair, that as you are aware, the issue of rationalization or the disestablishment is not a new issue. The issue has been there, Chair, since the ICT white paper was published in 2016. We know that it involves a number of processes, including the parliamentary processes, that must even lead to the amendment of the legislation. So now we are planning currently.
Chairperson, just hold. Honorable Vilakazi, please can you mute your device? Honorable Vilakazi, can you please mute? Thank you, Honorable Vilakazi. You may proceed, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. So as I conclude on that aspect, Chair, to say yes, to a certain extent, even for us to attract the critical skills to run this organization, it does little affect that. But as the board, the manner in which we operate because we know that currently there is ECA that guides and that gives us the mandate to promote the goal of universal access and services to the underprivileged community. So yes, we bear that in mind, but we continue to provide what we are supposed to do in terms of the legislations. So we try to manage those constraints. And we have also developed our own strategic plans for the next 5 years. So we are aware of this issue, but in terms of the delivery of the mandate, we don't think it does constrain us to deliver the mandate. I must indicate, Chair, that yes, when this board was reconfigured, we found that there was 18 positions from the CEO until, in fact, the executives. What are the steps that we have taken, which links to the question that was asked? I think it was Honorable, Honorable Bodan and Honorable Sitole. And so on the process of the appointment of the CEO. So what we have done, Chair, we had to firstly reset this organization, putting together all the organizational governance structures from the board executives, the board committees. We then had to move with speed and finalize the appointment of the CEO, because that is a critical position. While at the same time, we had to plan for the appointment of the CEO. Where we are in terms of that particular process, what we discovered, we found that USAASA had previously attempted to appoint the CEO, but that process was unsuccessful. What we had to do, we had to put the plans in place to ensure that there is CEO. And what we have done in terms of our recruitment plan, we had to go out on tender and get a recruitment agency to assist us to run this particular process. It's quite an involved process because after the recruitment agency, you had to get the advertisement out. You had to advertise in the media. You had to run the shortlisting process. You have to do all of that. There, you have to appoint as the board. You had to interview. You had to take it to the shareholder, who is the executive authority for the recommendation. So where we are in terms of that particular plan, we have now concluded the interviews of the CEO. Currently, the recruitment agency is currently running the competency assessment for us to conclude. We hope that in the first week or second week of June, we'll have fully concluded and recommend to the executive authority in line with our governance agreement. So that's where we are in terms of the appointment. The issue of the 30 days payment, I must indicate that it is indeed a matter of concern, not only to you, honorable members, but also to us as an organization, because we are fully aware that in terms of the Treasury Instruction Note 34, it's not even a negotiation issue. You had to pay within 30 days from the date of the receipt of the invoice. So that is a matter of concern. What are the measures that we have put in place to ensure that there is full improvement? Firstly, I must clarify that the drop or the decline is not from 83 to 33. Just to clarify that aspect. What we said is that from quarter 2, we moved to 83%, but under quarter 4, there was a decline to 67%. And the reason for the decline, as alluded by the CEO, but the most critical one is this for the payment of the invoices. We had to put the necessary plans or internal controls in place through the CFO who commenced her employment. I think that was early February this year. And part of the mandate was for the systems to be put in place, including the standard operating procedures that must be put in place to ensure that the whole issue of payment on 30 days, especially from the date in which you receive an invoice, what are you doing as an organization to ensure that you comply with that particular date? It is unfortunately because some of the invoices that are being received are not necessarily valid invoices in the sense that you still need to ensure that there is a portfolio of evidence in support of those particular invoices. But we had to comply to the 30 days rule payment. And one of the issues as the board that we even recommended to the manager, it must become a standing agenda items at ESCO meeting, the issue of payment of invoices. And if need be, we even had to put it to be part of the performance agreement of the relevant officials so that they are also assessed based on the payment of the invoices. So these are some of the systems that as an organization or internal controls that we are putting in place. But I must also acknowledge that we are also mindful that as much as we have a strong management team, we are in the process of putting together the support within those teams. I know that the finance team is actually constrained, for them to finalize, review the due diligence that they need to do insofar as invoices is concerned. But that is the process which the CFO will also allude in some details, on what are we currently doing insofar as payments of invoices is concerned. On the issues of, I think, the office space, Honorable Bodlane, I think, and Honorable Shong also touched on that particular issue. The issue of office space, yes, we are mindful that, yes, it's one of the issues that we must ensure that we fully comply with the regulatory or the legislative framework, in particular, Section 217, as we engage and in that particular process. Where we are in terms of the process is currently with the supply chain management to ensure that there is fairness and there is value for money for whatever building that at the end of the day that we are going to occupy. I will ask the CEO just also to elaborate on why we have to move, because the state of the building is not at the state where it is usable at this stage. But I think the CEO will also just add on that. I will also ask the management also just to touch on issues pertaining to set-top boxes in terms of the verifications, where we are in terms of that particular process, because that remains a challenge. I must also acknowledge. And the rest of the questions, I think some of the questions were also asked by the chairperson. And yeah, let me just ask the management just to add in terms of their responses. I may also come back just to add in case there are other questions that were not covered. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you, CE. Acting CE. You're on mute.
My apologies, I forgot to unmute. Yeah, so thank you very much, Chair, and for a very comprehensive response to these questions. On the issue of the building, we understand the scandal that comes with buildings, an age-old scandal that always takes place. So unfortunately at USAASA, we don't have a choice. We have to move because where we are, we don't have a lease agreement. Since the uncertainty, as the portfolio committee members have alluded, of the establishment and its impact in the organization, was that USAASA could not sign long-term contracts, and as a result, we ended up having a month-to-month contract. So as we are sitting here in that building, we are incurring irregular expenditure because we don't have a contract with a service provider, and a service provider at any given time, he can bring in new tenants because in essence, we don't have a contract with them. So that is a risk we are sitting with. So the fact that we move, it's not even an option. We ought to move, or we sign an agreement within that building. So there was a suggestion which I think was a very good idea from the honorable members of us. Why don't we share an office space using a government office space? When I firstly acted at USAASA, that was the first project that we did. We went to BCX. We spoke to DCDT because DCDT was also looking for space, and they suggested we check with Telkom at BCX. So we engaged BCX. When we were at the process of finalization, we engaged National Treasury. So in that case, unfortunately, even if we are sharing with another government department, or not the department, another entity, let's put it like that, you still need to engage in the procurement process because you need to enter into a contract and sign with them. So we did that with BCX. We then also checked with ICASA. We look for office space. I wrote to the chairperson of the board and asked him for opportunity around there. So all those processes, they all led to a point of procurement. So when we look at us having to look at, they call it subleasing, us moving to subleasing and us starting a procurement process is the same, because the advice was that even if you go to BCX or anywhere, they will still need to compete and to show that the price is competitive. So that means it's actually a tender process. So that's how we have gone about that. So we tried the department route, we tried all other options, but we could not succeed as far as that is concerned. So in terms of the building, we unfortunately don't have a choice. If maybe there is an entity or a government or a department that it has space, we're more than glad to move there. We even checked post office for that matter, and we could not succeed. So we tried that one. On the issue of payment of service providers within 30 days, we acknowledge and we take this thing very seriously. As an organization that cares about inclusivity, we understand the plight of the SMMEs. So we haven't yet done an impact assessment, but we think the impact of not paying a service provider, especially the SMMEs, within 30 days is well documented within literature and also in our everyday life. We understand that. So we are taking that very seriously. One of the ways we are trying to do is to develop standard operating procedure to ensure that everything can happen within a certain period of time, and also have early warning systems. If a person is given 3 days, if the person takes 4 days, then there must be escalation. So we are saying we are going to look at business process re-engineering on how we improve all USAASA processes and including the invoice tracking. And then we are going to digitize the process. We're going to bring in an invoice tracking system and an electronic submission system that can track from request to submission. Then we can get data to inform management if there are bottlenecks within that. So that's how seriously we are taking this matter with management. We are definitely going to improve on that. So the chair has already touched on the issue of the performance. Honorable Shongwe, we performed at 67%. I think it's just a mistake when you said 37%. So we moved from 40 to 83 to 67%. So that is the 7% we are talking about. In terms of the in terms of our shifting our finances and ensuring our sustainability, we are saying with the limited resources that USAASA had. So what we are having at USAASA it's a disjuncture, in a sense that you have USAASA, that is an administrative organization that is tasked with universal access and service, and it managing a fund which is USAF, which subsidizes the extension of the broadcasting telecoms and the digital infrastructure using the USAF funding. But the funding in USAASA is not enough. It's just not enough. I think we have about 54 million for the entity that ought to manage USAF. It's not enough. Then in USAF, you have got about 2.5 billion, which was an initial allocation. So you end up having challenges where you might need to, for administrative and logistical purposes, you use USAASA money to cover the issues of transport, because the USAF fund you can't use for non-project related activities. So those are the kind of challenges we are working with. Hence, we are requesting rollover of funds. So we are not well supported in that, as far as that is regarded. So in terms of our finances, we are looking at financial sustainability, making sure that the little rand we have goes a long way. We've established a budget committee that is looking at prioritization of the funding. We are tracking the expenditure to the core areas. So that's how we are dealing with that. But on us, hence you are seeing that USAF is doing very well. That is our core business. We don't want to lose as far as that is concerned. Honorable Boldani spoke about the research that we are focusing on. Yes, we are. We have even built capabilities around that. There's a report that we have released now, but that one is for USAASA consumption for now, which is checking how we have implemented BDM projects in the past from the stakeholder management point of view, and that one, those ones, it's lessons learned from USAASA point of view, but we can make it available to the portfolio committee should they need that report. However, we are intending to do ongoing research each and every financial year. So this year we're producing two. We'll definitely share with the portfolio committee in terms of our finding and the new digital technology, how they close the gap in terms of the marginalized rural and the remote areas. Broadcasting digital migration is a very good question, because when broadcasting digital migration should have ended 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But as it proceeds, the allocation in terms of USAF does not change. So it still reduces within the same amount. So with the current court ruling, it poses a very big challenge, in a sense that there is no date, for example, set on when will the BDM need to stop. And that leads to the following. We got inventory stock, which we have to ensure that stock that is there is is well kept. So there's an inventory cost, there's management cost, there's a whole lot of things. So the uncertainty, I'm sure the DCDT is working on it with the minister, and we are meeting every week anyway to also advise. So we are advising on how best can that be done. But together, I think we will definitely work around that thing. The issue of stock count, how do we ensure that we have alignment? USAASA has initiated a process. One, we have an SLA with Centec, SAPO, SITA, SABC, and all others. But in terms of the set-top box themselves, SAPO and Centec, we have an SLA where we are managing their performance. So in terms of stock, we are doing annual stock count twice a year to ensure that we can keep our inventory intact. We just finished one in April. We are at the reconciliation stage now. What happens after that stock count? So we are doing two approaches here. we're using a stick and a carrot approach, meaning that if they don't deliver according to the SLA, we start implementing penalties. We've already written escalation letters to SAPO, Centec, and other entities around the issue of stock. For example, if there's stock that is missing or they cannot account, the SLA allows us to start looking at consequence management. The carrot part is that we have an informal CEO to CEO stakeholder relationship approach, where before we escalate matters, we meet with the CEOs and say, how can we mitigate around those issues? So around the stock management, very rigorous processes and ensuring that we can be able to do that. So in terms of our USAF, how do we ensure that they constantly achieve? We don't have a secret magic. We just have employees that are dedicated in ensuring what they do. We have colleagues on the ground which are going to the sites and ensuring that everything is in order. They have been achieving 100% as it goes, but of course, with the BDM approach might be changing. It might have an impact on that. The issue around the establishment of the entity, the chair has put it very well. What I've done when I got to USAASA, one of the challenges that I wish the committee note is that the issue of de-establishment has been as old as 2018. So USAASA has been always living on day to day. We'll see what will happen tomorrow. We'll see what will happen tomorrow. And that inevitably leads to poor long-term planning, staff morale who don't know what will happen. You end up losing key employees who would have stayed. They said there's no future, we leave. And as a result, some of the project, they get affected. So the first thing I had to do when I get to USAASA is to ensure that I create a culture of performance. And how do I achieve that? Is that, one, we will not talk about de-establishment, because USAASA is a creature of the law. We don't de-establish ourselves. So I said, let's focus on what is within ourselves. What is within ourselves? We have an APP, we need to account, we have a budget that we need to deliver. So at USAASA, the word de-establishment, we don't talk about it. And we can see with the staff morale, it has gone up. So we allow the political and the legislative process to take place. And we as professionals and technocrats, we focus on delivery. So we are currently doing that. Hence, we started moving from 40, because when I started, we were at 40 and we moved to 83, and tells you how well people were willing to work with a new invigorized vision to say, look, let's deliver on this. We'll let the law takes its course. So that's basically that, Chair. And I just want to look at one of the key, because most of the questions were around the same things. 30-day payment. Honorable Villagas, you mentioned the issue around capacity constraint and its impact within the organization. Absolutely, it does. But my view is that management is about getting stuff done with whatever resources you have. So as a manager, the show must go on. So what we have done is that with the limited staff that we have looked at ways in which we can do more with less. For example, in the new APP and the strategy that we have, we remove targets that have to do with we'll appoint a service provider to do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We just put a target, so we're going to develop an organizational structure. How you do it is a management function. 1, you can partner with other departments. 2, you can do it yourself. 3, you can get a service provider. So we are doing more with less as far as USAASA is concerned, and also we're working together as a team in achieving all that we're intending to do. So capacity in this case is issues around, it was around the issues of human resource and also financially. So USAASA capacity is at an all-time low. So we had to build it from the ground up by one, we're advertising positions now to fill all positions so that we can attract again the skilled employees to support USAASA. So that is the basically part that we are working on. There's a last question around the set-top box. Yes, that's what we're doing, the issue of stock count and the future of the organization. We are looking at, we as USAASA, we have a 5-year strategy, though USAASA can be de-established anytime, but we are looking at as an organization that is fully functional in this regard. Chair, I think I've covered, okay, legal litigation, there was this key one, Chair, around legal part. Our legal fees have, I would say they are stable, they are not increasing. Since I've started at USAASA, we have implemented an approach of alternative dispute resolution, meaning that we avoid things that ought not to go to court. We only go for issues that we think most likely we're going to win. So there are some cases where we have called them back and said, look, let's relook at a way to stop the bleeding, because we can't be looking at fighting unnecessarily. On others, there were 6 employees that were suspended. They were ready to take USAASA to CCMA. I had a session with them, apologized on behalf of the state, and then said, let's look at the way in which this could be addressed without having to go to court. We are currently working with that and to ensure that whatever concerns they have, they don't have to go to court. So that's how we've dealt with issues of litigation within USAASA. With that, Chair, if I've missed anything, you'll advise. But I think in a nutshell, those were the key questions that were raised, Chair. The Chair has already responded on others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting CEO of USAASA. I think you've responded to Honorable Vilakazi's comment on the chat about cases and legal cases. Thank you so much. Mr. Reddy from SITA, I invite you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Firstly, I would like to apologize that I was not here earlier. Good afternoon to you and the honorable members and all the colleagues online. I had connectivity issues earlier and I was in and out, so my sincere apologies. I will and I welcome all the questions that have been posed by the honorable members. I will comment on some of them, but I'm going to leave the bulk to the CEO to engage on. The CEO and the CFO, I'll come back if there's a need afterward. I think I'll just comment, yes, Honorable Bodlani, you are correct. We have issued the advert of the MD because as part of our priority, stabilization was one of those. And recruitment of the MD is a key one as well. So the minister has endorsed a very tight timeline that we'll be implementing to ensure that this process is concluded with the speed it requires. And on the aspect of the investigations, what I can confirm is we get regular updates from management that all the information that is due to all the different external investigations currently happening with the PP as well as the PSC information is being submitted timeously, and at this stage SITA is still waiting for feedback for those. I did hear that you made reference to terms of reference. I will ask the AMD to talk to that in terms of when that will be provided. Another one that I just want to comment on is another key one that Honorable Vilakazi raised in terms of engagement. And you are correct, sir, that there is a lot of communications that is misinformed. And maybe it's because we are not proactive enough. But what the position we've taken now is, to a certain extent and to a great extent, maybe not to a certain, if communication is out there and it doesn't have the correct facts and we have them in our possession, we are going to ensure that we respond. And as part of ensuring that, number one, there is an appreciation of what SITA is responsible for. But that is not enough, as you've said. We need to communicate what it is that SITA is responsible for, what are we not responsible for, and that needs to happen proactively. The AMD will talk to that when it comes in terms of what are some of the intention. But what we've, in that regard, but what we've also been doing and through our corporate affairs is in terms of putting out the good that SITA is doing. There is a lot of good that SITA is doing, but does it get out there or it's mostly the negativity? And balancing that narrative is quite important. But there has to be proactivity on our part, and we're trying to ensure that that is in place. You also made the point of to what extent is some of our receivables and who are the main contributors to the increase in our outstanding debtors. You are correct, sir. Up to now, between 2024 and now, we're just reviewing the financials. Our outstanding debtors, what is owed out there by our clients, has increased by approximately 37%, from around 1.9 billion last year to 3 billion now. And as to whether we name and shame, I think that the management has done good efforts. CFO, I want you to talk to this in terms of what are some of the engagements that we've had with some of our clients and what are the commitments that they've made to start paying, because you are correct, it does impact sustainability of SITA, our liquidity as well. You will see also when our financial statements are submitted that our cash position has also declined. So we're looking at engaging on that to ensure that this position and this picture does not remain the same. Another one that I just want to talk to is what you raised, Chairperson, in terms of what is the overall mood of staff at SITA. One of the things that the board has prioritized was we need to engage staff at different levels proactively. And we have already engaged management, that's HOD, EXCO, proactively so. And we've had difficult questions to respond to, which we've attempted to clarify to staff. And moreover, we've also had engagement at entity-wide, where again, staff has posed very difficult questions, but we've responded to that. The key thing that we saw as priority as the board is to ensure that there's alignment. We cannot have priority as the board and someone who is in IT, someone who is in support does not understand what the priority of the board is, because it's important that we pull in the right direction. So the board has communicated those priorities. Another thing that we've done to improve the mood as well is it is well reported that there's a high vacancy rate. When we started, I think one of the things that we've done up to now is to ensure that we attend to those contracts that have been that were expiring to stabilize also at the top, HOD as well as EXCO. Another decision that we've taken, and again, relaying it to management, is the fact that despite having some of the vacancies, like now, HOD level at SITA has around 28 positions. Currently, around 18 of those are filled. 10 of those are vacant. And one of the critical decisions that we've had to make with the landscape changing and the sustainability questions being posed is, do we proactively go and fill these positions, or do we need to go back and review, look at the structure? What can we afford right now? How can we configure it the best, in the most cost-effective way, and still achieve the objective that we've set out? And as such, one of the things that we're doing is to review. We've paused on the recruitment of around 10 of those HOD positions so that we can review and answer the question of affordability and long-term sustainability. And I think because of the engagement and the communication that the board has had with management, there is an appreciation of that it needs to be done and prioritized. The minister has also endorsed that particular approach as well. And from a leadership perspective, we've also had to engage as a board. One of our key stakeholders is also the union as well. We've had an engagement with the union, and I think it was a good one. You've also commented on the revenue. You've asked a good question to say, what are the contributors to the decline that you're seeing? And you were correct to some of the things that you've alluded to. Pricing is one of them, and we are right now reviewing the pricing. We've asked management to table what are some of the drivers of why we are seen to be competitive. How can we ensure that we review that such that we position ourselves correctly, and that the board and management is seized with. Another thing that contributes to decline is also cancellation as well. And as the AMD spoke earlier, he spoke to the fact that long turnaround time in procurement, we're prioritizing automation. There has been cancellation, and obviously that has a knock-on effect on our revenue as well. And that also has to do also with cancellation also of existing contracts when it comes to servicing of clients. One of the things that we're also unpacking with management is to understand in the value chain, what are some of the things that are contributing to some of the clients withdrawing and reducing us to just a procurement agency instead of an ICT capable entity that can provide solutions for them. And those are some of the things that we're looking at. I will actually want to invite the AMD and the CFO to respond to the rest. I'll come in at the end if there is a need. Thank you, Chair. AMD.
Thanks, Chair. Just to cover some other areas to add, So there was a view that Program 1 and Program 5 that SITA needs to improve on. So on Program 1, definitely customer satisfaction is been the problem in that program. We've got 50% performance there, and I think it's linked to a number of things. I think one of the things is speed to be able to provide services through procurement and the interventions that we need to do there. And then pricing, as the chairperson spoke about pricing, we need to be able to then be market competitive in our pricing, and then we also need to provide products with value. And I'll pick up on some of that on the other questions that were asked. We go to Program 5. On Program 5, we were 50% as reported, but towards the end of the year, once the audit was done, we've moved then through to 100%. In this area, the areas that we focused on was 70% cost savings on agreements that we put in place with original equipment manufacturers to get better pricing for government. And then we also improved in terms of our SMME spend, which was sitting at 59% spend on SMME through procurement. Then on the Citizen Super App, and rightfully so, it's a key application that citizens then can go online and access government services. We haven't moved on that. We've missed that target. But definitely we are on it in terms of a proper approach this year, in terms of a project plan, and definitely it's a phased approach. So what we're going to try to do is we have currently e-services that are on a portal that citizens interact with, and we want to migrate those e-services into a Citizen Super App, and then once that's online, we will then phase in by bringing additional departments online on the Super App. From a cybersecurity perspective, yes, a key problem area, and as we've communicated previously, that in the landscape of ICT in government, national and provincial, SITA covers around 37% of this landscape, with 63% being done by government departments on their own, with industry. And as SITA protects the 37%, and I must say that 37% as proper cybersecurity wrapped around it, we do have attempts in terms of breaches, but we've done well to keep that out. And we do have then cyber attacks coming in on the 63%, where we have government departments to try and address that. We've done maturity assessments with government departments. We've done awareness sessions. And the maturity assessments point out to each government department where are the gaps. And then we also propose solutions from the SITA side to be able to then close those gaps. And we are making headways through the SOC solution, which is expanded to some government departments. And those SOC solutions is basically taking what's protecting the 37% and trying to expand it over to cover the 63%. But it's a slow movement, but we're working with government departments to do that. The poor performance in terms of supply chain, where it was stated that government departments want to then procure directly with industry and don't want to work with SITA. We acknowledge that as SITA. We've put interventions now in place to automate. So we're driving that quite vigorously, which we want to conclude in the next 6 months. And then with that, we strongly believe that our improved performance would point to government departments that indeed as an agency, we can give them quicker turnaround times and better price in the market. Then if you move over to revenue targets, I think the chair spoke about that, but just to speak around what are some of the challenges, like I said, it's price on the one side and value on the other side. So from a price perspective, we are benchmarking all our services with industry and trying to ensure that we keep competitive. I think one of the challenges here is volumes. So we talk volumes, we talk aggregation of demand from government. So the more government departments consume a service, the cheaper the price. So the uptake from government is slow on some of these solutions, and that has a negative effect on us driving up revenues, but it also has a negative effect on the price point, because as an agency, the agency can only work for government if we get aggregated demand, common systems, and everybody using it. But that's the initiatives that we're trying to put in place with government departments, the GITO Council, to be able to try and push common solutions and get volumes and value. With value, we're looking at modernization, we're looking at new solutions, e-services, cybersecurity solutions, Citizen Super App is another one. So we're coming up with new cutting edge type of solutions and want to get then government to come on that in terms of an aggregated approach. If we move over to the morale, I think the chair covered some from the board perspective. From the ExCo perspective of SITA, we've made it a point to walk the floors. We've been to all the sites in all the provinces, walking the floors, talking to employees, engaging to look at what are the issues. The morale was low. I think people can see negative sentiment going out in the media towards an organization that they work for. But I think the engagements has brought out a view that as SITA we need to improve. And I would say as SITA, there are people out there in SITA that are doing excellent work. They are supporting government departments. They are, keeping systems up. And when it comes to the high level stuff, structural, instabilities and the things that we need to sort these things out. We need to get common systems. We need to work together as government. And these are the types of messages that we've been giving out. And I must say, it's been taken up very positively, knowing that we have to improve, especially our supply chain. So I think generally citizens are hopeful. They know that we can turn around and improve. So we remain positive. We are also, as ExCo, engaged with organized labor. I think it's very important that we move together with all stakeholders, and organized labor is very, very key. And we've built good relations with them over the last few months. And we're looking at how we then move the organization in a collective way with the engagements that are ongoing. From a court online perspective, there were some questions around that. So court online, we support the OCJ to be able to then roll these solutions out, but it's a much larger program. SITA is playing a role on a few elements to the program. We're covering, I think it's about 11 courts that are part of the scope for now, and it's about how do we get our courts digitized and our courts, sorry, Chair?
No, it's fine, we lost you for a moment there, it's fine.
All right, sorry, Chair. Yeah, so it's how do we get our courts digitized to be able to then get court recordings done online and the likes. So SITA does have an SLA with the OCJ. It's around 61 million worth of services for a 30-month period. Well into that period, we spent about 49 million. And it's around hosting the solutions. It's around supporting the solutions. It's around project management for the solutions. There are also Wi-Fi in the courts that are being rolled out, which is additional things that are coming through to be able to enable then the courts that are part of the scope. If we move to what do we want the public to know about SITA, I think the matter of SITA does not control all ICT in government. I think that is key. We try to quantify it and give a view of 37 and 63%. So SITA then really does everything possible to secure and provide services on the 37%. We are working with government departments trying to increase that footprint to try and see how we can help in the area of the 63%, to try and build more, let's say, capability in the state. And then supply chain, definitely. From a SITA perspective, we need to improve. We've acknowledged that. And in this coming year, we're definitely going to prove that we will automate and will improve those turnaround times. We also want to tell the public that we're working together with government departments. We want to create common solutions. We want to move solutions online through the super app, and we will be moving in that direction to make it easier for citizens to access government services through online platforms. In terms of compliance norms and standards, I think the one thing that is key is interoperability. Any systems that we put in government must be interoperable. The second thing is security. So whatever solutions we put on, we must defend the sovereignty of the state in the way that we do it. We cannot lose control of the state on government infrastructure and government data. So security reference architectures that we put in place together with SSA is very important that we follow those to be able to then achieve whatever we need to achieve in a secure manner, protecting the state. I think those are the key areas that I want to cover. I will hand over then now to the CFO to cover some of the financial aspects that maybe is not covered by the board chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MD. I'll just cover maybe 2 points. I think one was on the audit. What are we doing? What are the interventions? And we are at the point where we are busy finalizing a submission for the 31st of May. So there are definitely measures in place. Currently, we are obviously finalizing the implementation of the audit action plan. And as part of that process, we do have a weekly EXCO war room that focuses on the audit and really mainly to ensure that we are able to respond timelessly. We also have a board oversight intervention where they sit on a weekly basis also to look at progress, whether we are moving or not moving, and where necessary, obviously intervene accordingly. But what's important as part of the quality control process going towards submission, we obviously have a first line of defense being the management responsible, ensuring that they do the reviews that they put in place are proper. We also have internal audit that will also review after management has looked at the information, just to make sure that all the points are covered, which we are seeing the value thereof. At least I'm seeing the value thereof as part of the preparation process. On the debtors of 3.1 billion rand, Chair, I think as part of the ordinary course, when a customer doesn't pay, the normal debt collection processes do kick in, where we will engage the respective customers. And part of the engagement will entail really trying to understand, the reasons why they're unable to pay, but most importantly, to come up with a plan together with the department to make sure that they are able to pay at some point. We are seeing the benefits of those interventions. Some of those clients are already paying in the first quarter of the current financial year that we are on, and some that also made commitments are really meeting their commitments. But I think the last point, which is more proactive to avoid that we don't end up with the same challenge in the current financial year, part of the contracting for the current year is to make sure that we do get closer to client, and we try as much as possible to align the services that will be rendered to a budget that is available. I think this will definitely limit the chances of going beyond what the clients can afford. And I think we are doing that quite proactively this year, and we are hoping we'll see the benefits of that intervention. I think the other points are fairly covered, Chair. It will be an overkill or repetition. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would want to hand over back to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to your team for those responses. Can I request DDG Shelembe, Acting DG of the department, to please give your inputs now?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think my colleagues have pretty much covered most of the questions raised, especially if I were to start with USAASA. I think the Chairperson and the Acting CEO touched on the questions I would have responded to myself, which deal with the rationalization and the disestablishment of USAASA, and particularly its impact on staff and morale and the operation or the fulfillment of the objectives of the organization. But yes, Chairperson, we acknowledge as well that the pending rationalization of USAASA has an impact on the morale of the staff. But we are assured then by the initiatives undertaken by the board and the management, including the CEO, to assure the staff that they must focus on the work, and that in fact, as a department, we have given the assurance that none of the staff will lose their jobs with the rationalization. The rationalization entails the establishment of the Digital Development Fund, and we expect that some of the employees will be absorbed into the Digital Development Fund. Those who will not perhaps fit into the DDF will then be relocated to the department without losing any of their existing benefits. But nonetheless, Chairperson, this is a process still underway, awaiting the ultimate amendment to the Electronic Communications Act, which will then allow for this disestablishment of USAASA and the establishment of the Digital Development Fund. On the issue of the acting CEO, as the department, we have assisted USAASA in all respects around this matter, starting from the time when USAASA had this abortive or recruitment process which could not generate a suitable candidate, to this current process now whereby they have again gone out on recruitment, interviewed, and as the chairperson indicates, they are now doing the security clearance or the competency checks on the candidates. So we as the department await the submission to the minister, which we undertake to process expeditiously. The Honorable Member Podlani raises the issue of the terms of reference of the Public Service Commission with respect to the SITA investigation. Chairperson, they exist. I have again forwarded them now to our parliamentary liaison office so that they can be forwarded to the portfolio committee. But it had been my understanding that they had indeed been forwarded, but I presume then they got lost in the midst of things. Honorable Podlani also raises the issue that the presentations were short on touching on the monitoring of the AG issues, even though SITA has now reassured that they have been monitoring the implementation of the audit action plan. We as a department run a process through our internal audit, the chief audit executive, a process which we call the integrated audit action plans of all the entities in the portfolio, whereby we call them in, we work out the process and program of dealing with the action plans to deal with the audit findings. So we monitor that process. Maybe at some point then we can bring to the committee our report on the integrated audit action plan monitoring. I think that is all, Chairperson, that I thought I could add as a department. Otherwise, my colleagues have given comprehensive responses to the questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, DDG Shelembe, for your final additions and responses. And thank you to the entities, USAASA, USAF, and SITA, the teams from there for your responses. Honorable members, that concludes those three entities, and I want to thank those entities for coming through. You're most welcome to stay on the call, except for DDG, those entities are excused. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we still have 3 items to go through on the agenda, and at this point in time, I've been thinking about the challenges Honorable Kusela, chairperson of the portfolio committee, goes when time becomes a challenge. So may I beg your indulgence, at least for 30 minutes beyond the 5 p.m. cutoff mark, so that we can take these presentations. I don't expect them to take us too long. These are generally shorter presentations compared to the ones we have done. So may I therefore, without further ado, I'd like to request a film and publication board to come on first, if that's possible, because I think they were the entity that we had deferred from the House, from the physical city. If we can please receive the Film and Publications Board first, thereafter ZADNA, and then NEMISA. As I indicated to entities prior to this, a maximum of 15 minutes. Within 10 minutes, if you can do the presentation. And I say that because we have received your presentation and members have had an opportunity to review them. So please may I request the team from Film and Publications Board to present, please.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Good afternoon.
Honorable Acting Chairperson, and honorable members. And good afternoon to the colleagues who are on the call from the entities. And thank you for the opportunity to present as the FPB. I am Professor Charlie, the Deputy Chairperson of the FPB, and I'm standing in for the Chairperson, Ms. Kosi, who unfortunately could not be here, Acting Chairperson. And maybe by the way of opening remarks, Acting Chair, let me state that our Q3 and Q4 APP presentation outlines the achievement and challenges for the 2 quarters. And furthermore, it measures the progress that we have made in implementing the approved 2024 and 2025 annual performance plan. And lastly, it does highlight important matters to note that transpired during the 2 quarters against the strategic objectives of the FPB for the 2024 and 2025 financial year. And briefly, Chairperson, in terms of organizational performance, I should indicate that we've noticed overall improvement in performance, notwithstanding the leadership instability challenges that we faced at executive level within the entity in the last couple of months. We have recorded an 87% achievement of targets in Q3. And I must say that the non-achieved targets in Q3 were all achieved in Q4. And in Q4, we have at least recorded 100% achievement in terms of the target that we've made. And Acting Chair, we can confirm that the Film and Publication Board is on a good trajectory. And we appreciate the committee's support and the support of the department in terms of the issues that we have been dealing with. In terms of financial performance, we noticed an overcollection of self-generated revenue. And this was mostly because of the payment from Apple, which included outstanding fees from previous financial years. In terms of online distributors, they are the FPB's biggest contributors to self-generated revenue, Acting Chairperson. And the recorded deficit of 11 million is mostly as a result of ICT investment that were made in server infrastructure and online monitoring systems. And these projects were budgeted for in the retained surplus approved by the National Treasury. And finance team is currently in the process of making the requisite readjustment. However, having then said these issues, Acting Chairperson, let me hand over to the Acting CEO, as well as the CFO to just go through the reports that are being sought. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank
Acting
you.
CEO.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Thanks, Prof. If I could be given rights to present, to share my screen. There we go. Thank you so much. In presentation mode. Thank you so much, and good afternoon once again, Honorable Chair, honorable members, chairpersons of entities, and colleagues. So we're taking the portfolio committee through Q3 and Q4. And as Deputy Chair has already said, this just gives overview of performance for the 2 quarters. Just a note that I just wanted to highlight that for Q4, we had to work on a revised APP, which was tabled in Parliament, because there were issues with the initial APP that we had submitted, and there were issues that were raised by AG and internal audit. So we just needed to and sort of make sure that the revised APP addresses some of those. So for Q4, we were then on the revised APP. We now had to work with 17 performance indicators, whereas for the rest of the other quarters, we had 15 performance indicators. So indeed, we had more targets for Q4. Just an overview, Honorable Chair. For Q3, we achieved 80%, and I think that's what Deputy Chair has already said, with 2 targets that were not achieved. The targets that were not achieved specifically was the approval of the artificial intelligence strategy and the implementation plan. We could not get this strategy approved, or at least presented to Council for approval in the statutory meeting, because we still needed to do some consultations, especially staff and internal consultations. But I'm glad to present that this was then approved by Council in their January meeting, and we are now full force implementing the strategy. The second target that we could not achieve in Q3 was the percentage of public complaints resolved within a specified time period. And maybe just to give context here, the issue here was when internal audit was verifying the numbers, they could not reliably give their opinion because of the system-generated errors. There were errors that we needed to fix from a system point of view, but we have since managed to deal with those issues. We've upgraded the public complaint system, and I'm also glad to report that for Q4, internal audit was happy with the numbers, and they did confirm that the target was achieved for Q4. So the 2 targets that were not achieved and resulted in us achieving 87% in Q3 have now been resolved, which then moves me. I'm not really sure. I think for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through the achieved targets, but we can take the question because I take the presentation as read. So I'm quickly now going to go to Q4. And as Prof has said, we achieved 100%. We had 17 targets. We achieved 16 of those. 1 target was not applicable, and I will talk to it in the next slide and sort of just to give context on it. So this is just an overall sort of performance for the 4 quarters. We started the year low with 80%. We improved in Q2. Slight performance going down in Q3, but then we really worked very hard to move to 100% achievement in Q4. So which is a good for me to say, look, although we started the lower performance, but gradually within the year, we showed that, you know, we really have to do a lot for us to achieve the 100% or all our performance targets. The target that I was referring to that I was saying is non-applicable. It's the one without the green color. This is the percentage of commercial online distributor applications for self-classification, which are processed within the 90-day period. So we only received applications towards the end of March. So by the time the quarter was ending, that's when we sort of got those the applications. And then the plan is for Q1, which is the current quarter we're working in. We've then concluded those agreements, and we'll report on them in Q1. So because we couldn't really measure the 90 days within the quarter, that's why with internal audit the target was non-applicable. So that's Q4 in terms of the 100% achievement, and I think the context that I gave. High level, Chair, on human resources, and I'm putting this slide deliberately just to show that over and above the 89 staff members that the organization has, or at least our salary bill is taking care of, there are also about 25 other people that we need to take care of. That includes 20 classifiers. So these are classifiers who assist us in classifying content. They sit to watch content and making sure that in terms of the classifiable elements, the content, the films, the games that are going out to public have been classified in terms of the age rating and then the public sort of awareness notice. And then the 5 quality assurers who really assist us in ensuring that all our classification decisions can really stand the test of time in terms of, we're taken to court, or at least there's any other issues from the distributors who are not happy with our classification. So those are the fixed term contractors who are paid on an hourly rate as determined by the National Treasury, but they are covered as part of our cost of employee budget line. So I just needed to give context to that. And then I'm going to ask the CFO, Ms. Hulisani Ramugari, to quickly just take us through the financial report. So CFO, if you are ready, you let me know which slide to move to. CFO?
Sorry, I was still muted. Good afternoon, Acting Chairperson and the committee members. We'll focus on the financial information for the Film and Publication Board. Acting CEO, if you can go to the first slide, yes. So on this first slide, we are showing the breakdown of our revenue and the improvement on the collection of this revenue, mainly because as you know, we are relying on the government grant, which is not sufficient for us to execute the mandate. So growing the regulation fee has been one of the strategic focus for the organization, and the classification fees has been stable for the past 3 years, and we maintaining that stability, which is good for the organization. And we saw an increase in registration fee, even though the biggest part of the increase was attributed to the distributors who did not renew their registration on time. So they are allowed 30 days period after the registration expire, and if they do not register within the 30 days, then they are required to start the registration afresh. So during the year, we saw most of the distributors delaying the renewal, but we also saw an increase in the new distributors coming forth as a result of the enforcement efforts that we are putting in. And we also were able to bring in new distributors. You will see that for the online license fees, we had budgeted 13 million. And this is because we were basing it on the distributors that are already on our register, but we forecasted additional distributors to come on board. So we did manage to get new distributors on board, and one of them being the Able, as the deputy chairperson has indicated, and their bill dated up to 3 years back. With the government grant, you can see that we're still sitting at 103 million. I think we have presented quite a lot on this. So we collected 4% more than what we had projected, which is a good path that we aim to maintain and grow this revenue to support the activities that we have as an organization. Next slide. When you look at the expenditure analysis, the actual on compensation of employees is less than what we had budgeted for. The main reason here is that we made a decision not to fill positions, because when you look at the cost compensation of employee, it takes quite a big percentage of our total revenue generated. And when we continue filling these positions without a clear financial sustainability, it will cripple us in the long run. So the only critical position was focused on, and other administrative positions we were appointed acting people on, and that resulted in an underspend of 1.5 million. Goods and services, and capital expenditure overspent, and the reason for this was that we had to finalize the ICT projects procurement, which were committed before the financial year. And if you go to the next slide, there's a breakdown on that 11 million overspend. So the first contributor on that 11 million is the depreciation, which is a non-cash item. And the second one is the procurement of the online monitoring system. This is resulting in an overspend because it was funded from surplus. National Treasury approved for us to use the surplus on ICT activities. We have been raising issues that we don't have enough for the ICT infrastructure. So when the surplus for last year was approved, we committed it to improve some of the ICT infrastructure. So we procured the online monitoring system to assist us in picking up prohibited material before it's distributed and spread all over. And we also refreshed our servers because they were quite old. And with the information that we are running, we need an improved structure in that space. So in total, this is what makes up the 11 million overspend. I think the next slide is the thank you slide. Oh, okay. The next slide talks to our financial position. We are currently in a very good financial position. Our current ratio is sitting at 1.5%, which basically means we'll be able to honor our responsibilities in the near future. And that current asset is backed by the actual cash in bank, and the number of days we take to pay our suppliers is 12 days in average. We have maintained this number of days in average for almost all the quarters. This is one of the areas that we take very important to ensure that we pay our suppliers within 30 days. And when possible, we continue doing it at a lesser time than what is regulated. Next slide. On the SCM compliance, we registered an irregular expenditure of 3.9 during the quarter. And the irregularities was actually coming from the point of the person who signed the appointment letter was outside the delegated threshold, and that expenditure was then recorded as irregular expenditure. The loss control committee and consequence management has been implemented on the matter, and then there was no fruitless and wasteful expenditure recorded during the quarter, and there were no deviations that we registered during the quarter. Next slide. On socio-economic imperatives, we in the last in the fourth quarter, we implemented cost containment measures to ensure that we don't overspend on the budget, and that had a direct impact on our procurement. So as a result, we only spent 1.7 million on procurement, and 53% of that went to blackmail, 15% to the youth, and 1.1% to women. We are still struggling to receive responses from people with disability. This has been a challenge. However, we are working together with the unit in the DCDT to ensure we improve in this area. Next slide.
That's all.
That was the last one. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. That's the presentation from FPB. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and back to you then.
Thank you, Chairperson, and the team from FPB for your presentation. We'd now like to welcome the team from ZADNA for your presentation, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairperson, committee members, Chairperson, CEOs, officials from DCDT. My name is Palisa Lekoza. I'm the Chairperson of the South African Domain Name Authority. I'll just give the highlights and the CEO will do the presentation. During the 2 quarters under review, ZADNA achieved 88% and 89% respectively of the targets set out. The missed targets were due to us not having the requisite approval by the local authorities, because they had to do with giving identity to 100 businesses in the townships, and also giving online identities to the royal houses. And we have put systems in place to actually achieve these targets, because we believe that this is key in terms of when we look at when we talk about inclusivity in terms of the digital space. It is key that we make sure that we leave no one behind. So we have put the systems in place to address this. ZADNA continues to be in a good financial position, with a 90% audit findings resolution rate for the 2 quarters, for quarter 2 and quarter 3. Taking time into consideration, Chairperson, I will stop here and hand over to the CEO to take us through the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson. CEO, over to
you. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the various chairpersons for my sister entities and my fellow colleagues from the same entities and also from the department. I think, Chair, hoping that my presentation is visible.
No, we don't have a presentation. You are very visible. You're clearly visible to us, but not your presentation.
I'm visible. No presentation. My apologies for that. I'll just correct it now.
Thank you. It's visible.
When I take it into presentation mode, hoping you see the right view. Chair, I think while one is cognizant of time, I will really just move to the pertinent slides, which is, of course,
Can you not enlarge in this, because the slide is appearing quite small on our screen?
Is it?
It's possible.
I will try to see if I can't do that. No. I'm assuming, Chair, you are seeing the presenter view instead of the slideshow.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
That's much better. Excellent. That's much better.
Okay. I'll try to put it in slide view. If it doesn't work, I'll go back to this view just to enlarge it. Are you able to see the slide view?
No, you gone back to presenter view. Go back to the former.
No problem. My apologies for the glitch. As I was saying,
now it's fine. Now it's fine. Excellent.
All right. As I was saying, Chair, my apologies for that specific glitch. As indicated by the Chair, ZADNA reported very progressive performance for both quarters under review. Unfortunately, we had issues in achieving those specific 2 targets as alluded by the Chairperson. This being trying to digitize 100 township businesses. And this simply means, or rather, this simply speaks to our ambitions to provide digital identities for those that are within the informal economy. Furthermore, in line with our ambitions of digital inclusion, we had ambitions of digitizing recognized traditional authorities and royal houses. Unfortunately, we could not achieve the 2. However, as indicated, that there are processes in place to mitigate against this and ensuring that in the current financial year, we are able to achieve, if not exceed, those specific 2 targets. Furthermore, for both quarters, we remained in a good financial position. And we also filled critical functions to enable us to do this, one being that of an HR business partner, Furthermore, we also fill the role of the project manager, thus completing the staff complement within our PMO. Unfortunately, we still have one matter outstanding, which is in front of the Labour Court, which relates to the former CEO's case, where an award was issued in our favor at the CCMA, and then unfortunately then challenged the matter through the Labour Court. However, we are currently in the process of ensuring that the matter is stricken off the roll, and there has been commitment by the court registrar that this shall be done once they have, of course, cleared the backlog. I have, in the main, Chair, touched on our financial position, but what is notable is that ZADNA derives majority, if not all of its revenue through the resale of .za domain names and a wholesale fee of 61 Rand per domain. Under risk and audit, we are currently audited externally by McCarthy Consulting Inc. And then we have an internal auditing company, which is providing us with internal audit assurance. For both quarters, we do acknowledge that we were able to ensure that the identified audit findings were remediated. And for both quarters, we did not incur any repeat audit findings. I have touched on this particular matter. There is just one other matter that one has to also flag for the portfolio committee, which relates to a high court case that we are engaged in, whereby it relates to information disclosure. However, at the current moment, there has been a withdrawal of that matter by the opposing applicant. Moving straight to the finances, Chair, I just have to increase the font size slightly. I will be presenting this simply because in the new year, we lost the employment of our executive manager finances. However, hoping that members have went through the presentation, I have included this particular slide just to summarize the slides that we submitted to the portfolio committee, which I can share after the presentation. However, it doesn't change the figures that have already been submitted. It just provides a narrative and insights to the quarters under review. At very high level, notably, Chair, in October of 2024, we had a domain name fee increase in line with the contractual obligation of the registry operator. Moving into Q3, normally we experience a lower revenue collection due to a drop in domain name registrations and renewals. And this is a normal phenomenon due to the festive break during Q3. But of course, as it is evident in Q4, that particular dip or drop in revenue collection, sort of we recover from it as we realized a reversed deficit in terms of the revenue vis-a-vis the expenses we had for Q4. Moving on, some of the issues that led in Q3 to the deficit that members might have noted on our report, it was due to the high payroll costs, whereby we had to capacitate the PMO and also the key functional areas that we had to close skills gaps thereof. Furthermore, there was a need to participate in ITU WSA proceedings and ICANN proceedings. Moving on to Q3, as I also now wrap up, Chair, I did indicate that as much as we realized a surplus for this specific quarter, what is also notable, and it's a glaring aspect of our reported profit and loss, is the fact that if one looks at the prior period, there is higher other income. This is simply because of external funding that we got from USAASA, where we are appointed to implement value-added services for the school digitization project. And for the current financial year, which saw that dip, there isn't much substantial external funding that we realized. However, of course, Chair, everything is summarized in the report that we submitted. Other notable things is that we had a lower investment income due to cash flow needs that we needed to cater for. There was, of course, approved withdrawal from the call accounts or the investment accounts. This really, Chair and members, speaks at very high level of the good standing and the performance of ZADNA. Notably, those missed targets, just to provide reassurance to members, we are currently in the current quarter undertaking a process of recovering from missing those targets. As a matter of fact, Chair, we have developed a platform that we will be launching very soon for the Bakwena Royal House. It's just to showcase what we meant about digitization of royal houses. And hopefully we would be inviting our sister entities and DCDT and other relevant stakeholders from other departments to come and view when we talk about digital inclusion, what is it that we were meaning from a ZADNA perspective. With those submissions, Chair, I will hand over back to the chairperson of the board, NEMISA. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Now I'll hand over back to the chairperson of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of ZADNA, and thank you so much to the CEO for your presentation. Precise and to the point. We really appreciate it. We now invite the last presentation for today, and that's the presentation from NEMISA. The team from NEMISA, please.
Good evening, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Yes, and good evening to honorable members. Good evening to the colleagues, board chairpersons as well. Chair, my name is Trevor Ramitwa. I'll be presenting on behalf of NEMISA. I'm the CEO, and I would like to apologize for our chairperson due to other commitments. He could not make it. I'll just therefore go straight to the presentation itself, Chair. I hope you can see it on your side.
Yes, I can see it. Presentation. Yes, we can see it.
Thank you. I'll just take it to presentation mode. Chair, I hope it's quite visible. So, Chair, what is before the committee is NEMISA's 2024-25 Q3 and Q4 performance report presentation, and I will just skip this slide on the vision and the impact statement in the interest of time. So, Chair, for quarter three, NEMISA was able to achieve, it's actually 100% of its targets, while it only achieved 86% of the targets in quarter four. So it indicates that there was a decline in quarter four. However, with the overachievements in the previous quarters, quarter four played the role of topping up what was missing, and therefore that positioned us to be able to achieve 100% for the year, for the financial year. So this is just a graph that's showing the targets for quarter four. For quarter three, Chair. And this one is for quarter four. It shows that it was in program 3, that 2 targets were not achieved, and I'll go into the details in the following slides. Chair, in Program 1, which is the administration, we've been able to meet all the targets in both quarters, and I will therefore not go into the details as I take this as having been read in the interest of time, Chair, and I will proceed to Program 2. We also achieved all the targets as per the plans, and Chair, it was in Program 3 that we missed 2 targets. And Chair, the first one has to do with the target in 3.5, which has to do with learners trained in digital literacy. For Q3, we had targeted 15,000 people to be trained. We were able to train 23,000. So we well overachieved 23,272. And in Q4, we had 15,000 target again, and we underachieved by achieving 11,741. And for the year, we're sitting at just over 60,000, Chair. So the reason for non-achievement in Q4 was because we had overachieved in the previous quarters, and we were quite careful from a budget point of view, not to exceed the budget or to deliver in and against a no budget, and therefore we were very cautious in that regard, and hence we could not achieve that target. But knowing that for the financial year we would have met the target. And moving on to the next slide, Chair, where the next one is on 3.6 in the table that we did not achieve. It's the training of SMMEs in digital entrepreneurship. You'll see that for Q3, we had targeted 3,000. We were able to achieve 3,345, which is an overachievement. However, in Q4, we targeted 2,500, and we could only deliver 553. However, for the year, we knew that we had achieved just over 12,000 that we targeted. And Chairperson, the reasons are the same, really. It's because we had really overachieved in the previous quarters, and therefore we needed to closely monitor the budget. And we have put in place even plans in the new financial year for instances of this nature, Chairperson, that we monitor closely performance per quarter. And if ever there's over performance, that in the following quarters, we very closely monitor to ensure that we stay within the budget. And Chair, those are the targets that we missed, which I wanted to focus on. In Program 4, we met the targets accordingly, also in Program 5. And Chair, in terms of finance, for Q3, Chairperson, we made a deficit of just over R1 million for the quarter, primarily due to additional training. We also purchased the training equipment, and therefore, thus having experienced some depreciation in the financials. And therefore, the organization was able to maintain stability with the ratios as depicted in the slide. And in Q4, NEMISA made a surplus of just over R1 million again, which was kind of cancelling each other, primarily due to grants received from MICT SITA for learnerships and revenue generated for the OTT platform that we run. We have a channel there run by the GCIS. They pay certain fees currently, and therefore the organization also maintains stability for that quarter in line with the ratios that are stated in the slide. And the following slides are really just to capture the income statement, starting with revenue. And you can see for both quarters, Q3 and Q4, in terms of revenue, in terms of exchange revenue, non-exchange revenue. In Q3, NEMISA received 26,342 million from DCDT instead of the and it also received 29,172 million in Q4. And other revenue that came through was through exchange revenue relating to the OTT platform, which was only 213 this time around, and interest received was 233,000 in Q3 and 205,000 in Q4. Chair, I'll then proceed to the expenditure for the 2 quarters. We did not really experience anomalies in terms of expenditure, except for operating expenses in the administration side, as well as the training side, which we labeled as e-astuteness development. And that had really to do with the unbudgeted utility charges on the administration side. We're renting from SABC. So initially, they had not installed meters in the section that meters to read utilities every month in the section where we are renting. And they have since found a mechanism, and they announced that they will need to charge that because their auditors were raising the matter, and we discussed and we agreed that we would defer that into the new financial year, since we had not made provision for it, and we have been able to settle it in the new financial year. And going forward, we have budgeted for that. And also depreciation and impairments also contributed to those operating over expenditure in terms of operating expenses. And so basically that is that, Chairperson. And in terms of audit action plans, which we did not put a slide on for, we worked very hard. We were monitoring this on a monthly basis and reporting on a quarterly basis. And we were able to address all the audit action plans by the end of the financial year, except for those that had to do with the annual financial statements activities. And since the draft annual financial statements have been produced now, those have been addressed as well. And internal audit has assured the board on that. And we have now finalized and the board approved, and we have submitted to AGSA as well as to the DCDT and National Treasury. So in a nutshell, that is that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to CEO from ZADNA. And thank you so much to all the entities for their presentations. Honorable members, we have received the presentations from the remaining 3 entities. I now want to recognize hands to engage with the presentation. I'm going to look out for hands. So whilst we're waiting for hands to come in, whilst members just gather their thoughts, maybe let me just start off with some of the reflections and my points that I've noted already. Let me just get a hold of that there. Okay. So let me start by firstly appreciating the performance of FPP, despite the challenges you have experienced. And I think overall, I'm quite happy with this remaining 3 presentations. I think, okay, Honorable Shongwe, you want to go before myself? I'll come and sweep at the end. Honorable Shongwe?
No, Chair, you can go and then I'll go after you. That's fine.
Okay, okay, thank you. So I started by just appreciating the performance, firstly, of all 3 entities. And I said FBP, I'm very happy to see that their performance has been excellent fourth quarter performance. I was very, very pleased to see that you have spent 4.2 million on online monitoring system. And as I had alluded to earlier, these are the 2 quarters that we have been very close to all entities, because this is really in the middle of our period of oversight over these entities. And I know that FBP have been crying out for help, insufficient resources, and I'm very glad that the surplus that was approved by Treasury, you have spent 4.2 million on online monitoring equipment. And I see that's going to be a 5-year project. And maybe on that, I would just like to understand what is the emphasis on the use of AI to facilitate and to aid this process of monitoring, online monitoring in the performance of your functions. Maybe I just want to ask a question. In this IT that's been allocated, what percentage is going in towards the use of AI to assist you? I also note the investment of 3.9 million rands in ICT, ICT capital expenditure. And maybe I noted that it was a server refresh. Maybe my question to ask then is, and this is a question that's probably going to come through a lot of entities in the light of the cybersecurity challenges we are facing, is where is your server sitting and how secure is it? So those are two questions for FPB, and maybe for ZADNA. The namespace experience, you've experienced remarkable expansion with 72,600 domains in Q4 compared to the targeted, compared to your target. So maybe what strategies fuel this surge, and how will ZADNA maintain this momentum going forward? Or maybe whilst guaranteeing fair access to marginalized communities? And how do you align net losses experiencing by saying that it's a strong financial position? I just want you to just get that, explain that for me. The situation regarding the Labour Court case involving the former CEO and the High Court disclosure application continues to be in a state of uncertainty. What impact does these legal case have on an operational stability? And what measures is ZADNA implementing to address potential reputational or financial challenges? And lastly, for ZADNA, your strategic vision seems to uplift digitally empowered communities. What specific actions will emphasize inclusivity, particularly ZADNA, for townships and traditional authorities? Lastly, I just want to enter NEMISA. Let me just appreciate you exceeding the targets, specifically on digital literacy, achieving 23,000 from your 15,000. And maybe I know CEOs don't like to listen to this, and they manage their performances very nicely so that the committees don't stretch the targets. So maybe my question to you would be, have you been undersetting your target? Thank you so much, honorable members. I just thought I'll go first whilst members who had their hands up. Let me recognize members in this order here. It would be Honorable Shongwe, thereafter Honorable Mkhacha, Honorable Bodlani, and Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether I'm visible. I'm struggling with this.
No, we can see you. We can see you.
All right. Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask the department, if, in fact, in terms of the duplication of the installation, how far with that? I don't recall getting an answer in some of the committee meetings we had before. And on the FPB, I struggle to find their relevance in this day and age, because there's a lot of things that are happening that they're not helping us with. I think when it comes to FPB, I also worry that are they going to be able to make profit to sustain their employees and to run the company. In fact, the question would be on that one: how are they surviving currently? Where are they getting their funding, and how are they getting money to sustain themselves in this thing? I think I'm not going to go as far as this. Thank you. Thank you, so Chair.
Honorable Mkhakho Ngaqhubeka.
Bana
think we've
share
lost-
Who is sharing now?
I think Chair has lost connectivity.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Qhubeka, Baba Mkhakho.
I think was I audible or it just hang up? It just hang. Or is the chair out of the meeting?
Sikuzwile Babu Shong.
We can hear you, sir.
Tata Chair or Mosh.
No, fine. Let me continue. Let me continue, cannot members. No, Chair, let's welcome the presentations. One, the FPB we must appreciate the financial stability that they are reporting here by 1.5%. But I just want to check on this question we're debating at one stage with them. The protection of children against undesirable feel like your pornography, etc., etc. To what extent? Because they promised us that they are attending to the matter, and to what extent are they managing to address that matter? How far are they in terms of ensuring that our children are fully protected against the pornography? Two, the non-feeling of position. I take it that is a self-imposed austerity measure. As far as the entity is concerned, you decided that you are not going to fill all positions. And I'm not sure, because you didn't quantify in terms of rands and cents as to how much was allocated to you. But it's a self-imposed austerity measure, if you like. Just to check the impact of not filling all positions, because on the other side, on the other hand, we demand that all positions must be filled so that we're able to assess the performance of this entity. You decided on your own that no, we're not going to fill because we want to complete well. And I'm saying that balance for me becomes critical. How do you manage? What then is the impact as far as that is concerned? The third one is in relation to your irregular expenditure of 3.5% in one quarter. Whether we have fully recovered now to nullify this wrong tendency, because irregular expenditure is something that is not expected from any department. Your equity plans, I might have missed it. I was interested to understand whether we are meeting the equity plans as required by the law. You didn't talk to any form of accruals. I take it because you are financial stable, you don't have accruals. But sometimes you might have that stability, but having accruals. Does it mean that you don't have any form of accruals? ZADNA. The former CEO is in labor court. You have advanced an argument that the labor court must nullify or strike off the case of the former CEO. I take it that you felt that it does not have a case. It's common in law that institutions or individuals would go to court and demand the striking off of a case, and they lose. Are you confident that you're going to this assertion is winnable to the court of law? And what cost has been involved as far as this is concerned? You lost your CFO, and I was expecting an explanation. Maybe I didn't capture it as to what are the reasons of you losing this senior position very critical in any entity of CFO. NEMISA, let's appreciate and welcome that you have met all your targets in Q3, in Q4, in fact. But you are registering that you had a deficit of plus $1 million. You recovered by $1 million in the next quarter, and that's a confusion. I'm not sure what is a norm, but you deal with the finances in this fashion. You lose and recover, etc., etc. In the process of deficit, did you accrue any accruals during that period? Yeah, Chair, but I welcome the fact that you could see a reasonable improvement across these entities. Of course, get their shortcomings that they need to improve on. Thanks, Chair.
Are you back, Honorable Subrathi? Oh, there you are. Chair, we lost you. I had my hand up, but I don't know if you could allow Honorable Vilakazi, and I don't mind being last.
No, thank you so much. I did. Actually, I was speaking, but I had myself muted, so I do apologize. Who was first? Was it yourself or was it Honorable Vilakazi? Can you guide me, Honorable Bodlani?
Please, Chair, allow them. I'll be the last.
Thank you so much. Honorable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Bodlani. For the FPP, I noted that you said you had not achieved the KPI in regard to the AI strategy, I think it was. But when you narrate, it turns out, or it appears that there was some work done on the strategy, and that it was then approved the following quarter. And this is one of the problems that I have, and perhaps DTG Shelembe can help on this. What often happens is that departments and entities report that a KPI was not achieved. However, when you listen to it, you find out that there was some work done. Maybe the final result wasn't done. And this bothers me because, yes, it's important to be transparent and state when you haven't achieved a goal. However, it can also be misleading or lead the public and even ourselves to thinking that you have not been doing anything in the quarter in regard to that KPI. And I've proposed this many times, and I will again, that perhaps the entities and DCDT, if you give the template, DDG, look at having cumulative steps that make, in instances of suitable KPIs, of course, not all of them, but breaking them down into the cumulative steps, and each step then can have a weighted measurement, or can be weighted towards the achievement of the full goal, so that if it isn't achieved in full, at least we can have an idea that it was 60% achieved. We were on our way there, but we didn't quite get to the final desired state. That's the one thing that I would propose. The other is that what I've also noticed with these goals that end up appearing as unachieved is that many of them are, some of them could be multi-quarter or multi-year. Multi-quarter in a year or multi-year. And so what might work best in the setting up of the targets is breaking them down by quarter. In this quarter, we want to have submitted I don't know how you start an AI report, an analysis of the desirability for such a report. That's the goal for quarter one. That's the 100% for quarter one. The 100% for quarter two, we want that report to have been approved to have received final approval by the board, and so on and so on. And then quarter three is a further step, and quarter four, we want to have publicly issued the report, so that at least it's clear that you've been achieving some of these targets in the build up to the bigger target. Because I find it just doesn't look good, and it's jarring, and it then bothers me when it turns out that it's not true that a KPI has been totally unachieved. That's a suggestion. I would love to hear from the entities and possibly from the DDG what you make of that. You also said, FPP, that annual renewal fees were 60% shorter than budgeted. Can you explain why the annual renewal fees were so low? And then how did it happen that someone wrongly signed an appointment document, which led to the irregular expenditure of over 3 million rand? How does it happen? How come? Okay, maybe let me ask specifically in this case. What happened in this case that resulted in this wrongful step not being caught on time? And then in regard to your report on inclusion of people with disabilities, I think that inclusion is not necessarily just about opening yourself up to others. It also has to do with going out of your way to find the relevant people. And so I have no doubt you do that, but perhaps you can give us an idea. What practical steps, not besides just opening the invitation to people with disabilities to apply, what practical steps do you go out to find people with disabilities wherever they may be? Zodwa, as the Honorable Stoller would say, I'm also bothered about the fact that you are now extending connectivity to various sites. Is this part of ZADNA's mandate? And is this a competency within ZADNA? We noted that you had not achieved the goal in regard to connecting specific sites. Is it even a competency for ZADNA? You reported in your finances, you reported a deficit, and you mentioned that it had been plugged through using funds from a call account or something similar. How has this affected your reserve or your savings? What is the state of your savings, and how has it been over time, maybe over the past year? What percentage is it now compared at the end of the year compared to what it was at the start of the year? Finally, for NEMISA, thank you for your report. And I note that at some point we spoke about tracking of participants in the learning initiatives, and myself and yourself communicated in particular about longitudinal tracking of participants to see what pathways they follow and the impact of NEMISA in those pathways, as well as the implementation of pre and post assessments for training initiatives. How far is NEMISA with the implementation of these initiatives? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vilakazi. Thank you, Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Sithole, can I take you? And then I think it will be Honorable Bodlani will come in at the end. Honorable Sithole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Again, greetings to all members and the officials that have presented their KPI reports. Honorable Chairperson, first of all, I want to thank them for their presentation, because it shows that there are some problems and problems, and their projects are being actually implemented some. But I'm worried, Honorable Chairperson, on the FBP, because according to the report, they say they didn't fill up the position. I know the other members have asked that. They didn't fill up the position because of budget. But at the same time, and in the same state, they say they are in good financial positions. What does that mean when they do not fill up the position because of financial constraint? But at the same time, they say they do have, they are in good economic positions. If that one, Honorable Chairperson, can be actually clarified. And the issue of illegal fees, because it is increasing due to cases and everything that is impacting on that one. But Honorable Chairperson, how much have been they spent on these illegal fees? If that one can be clarified, Honorable Chairperson, so that we can understand their issues, because there are some underspending on their programs. And other one, Honorable Chairperson, is the issue of under collections, because if they says that there are some projects that are under collection, if that one can be clarified, Honorable Chairperson, I can be very correct. And to come to ZADNA, ZATA, and the issue of Q3 and Q5, the underachievement, if that one can be rectified, Honorable Chairperson, because if they fail to actually implement their target, it means there are some capacity shortage, or either there are some laziness in the implementation of their target. If that one can clarify, Honorable Chairperson. And the issue of externally auditor expenses, if they can tell us how much do they spend on externally auditors, because it can't be as it should be with the internally auditing. And the issue of school digitalization, Honorable Chairperson, because this project is supposed to be seen and see the implementation of it. But we don't know where have they implemented, if they do, where in rural areas. And from part of the rural areas, if they can tell us where did they implement, if they fail, what is the hindrance on their implementation, Honorable Chairperson. I think, Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much to the members and the Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Honorable Sithole. I can see when a Jabula today, at least you're happy, Manje. That's good. Honorable Bodlani, finally, last of our honorable members, Honorable Bodlani.
Thank you so much, Chair. Or perhaps let me start with ZADNA. ZADNA says one of the things they would love to do is to migrate government to .so. I was going on through their website, which I struggled to click on. I was able only when I went on X and clicked the link from there. It could be issues with parliamentary network. But if you still have your sister organizations not on .gov.za, are you winning the battle? I think that's for ZADNA. And Chair, FPB has spoken about positioning themselves as the regulator of the future. I would have liked to see how, from what we have received today, how they continue to work on that, because I'm sure they agree that it's not an overnight thing. I think it was also a FPB chairperson that says that they had, and I think it was an over expense of 7.17 million, which included their participation in the ITU policy license regulations and other activities. Why was this not budgeted for, that it is now something that is an over expense? And if it was not budgeted for, whatever is in as a collective, because I did realize there were a few bullet points. Why did you take that up? Clarity on that, please. And Chair, NEMISA, as Ntate Trevor was making the presentation, the question was for me, and I think I've asked this before, but I will ask it in a different way. How much outsourcing does NEMISA do? Because the question is always being, what is the number of employees at NEMISA? So this afternoon, I would like to ask, well, evening, Chairperson, I would like to ask it differently to say, how much outsourcing does NEMISA do? Are the trainers all in-house? And I remember at some point they spoke about having champions from TVET colleges. If they could just clarify me on that. And as that day Trevor was speaking, a thought hit me that perhaps NEMISA is affected by external environments. And I thought, but it's just a pity that he did not quite go into that. And I could see that his comfort was that they would catch up if they had missed any targets in the previous quarter. They would then catch up, making them somewhat comfortable. But the question then is it, for example, those external factors, this is school holidays that you can't access TVET college students? Is it an issue of is it a marketing of your events? What have you identified as a weakness that makes you not to achieve as much as you achieve in one quarter, as much as you are able to achieve in the next quarter? And how do you plan on mitigating that risk? And when you talk about renting from the SABC, I really do appreciate that. And because we cannot be spending government money when there's government buildings that are sitting idle and you could be utilizing that. My biggest concern from what you presented, is that you told, did I understand you to say NEMISA nzelili dizo nyoga nyoga, where you were not quite paying the SABC for the use of utilities? Could you just clarify that? And I do accept that you did say that in the next planning cycle, it will be budgeted for. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Let me hand over now to the respective entities. So that will be in the order of the Chosen Publication Board, then the ZADNA, and then NEMISA, and then we'll have the department coming in at the end. So the team from FBP, Professor, the Deputy Chair from FBP, you can lead the responses, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And I think that, like the other chairpersons, I'll take a few, and then I'll hand over to the executives to try and respond to some of the issues that have been raised. And the first one that perhaps I'd like to respond to is around the issue of online monitoring. And the role of artificial intelligence in that space, and how we are taking advantage of that, as posed by the chairperson. The chairperson would recall that we had a strategic roadmap that we outlined, which was the Film and Publication Board of the Future, the regulator of the future. And as part of the document, we then outlined what is the role of technology in assisting us and positioning us as a content regulator and classification authority in that space. And secondly, another key document that we looked at was the FP Amendment Act, and how that act actually emphasized the role that we need to play in the online space. And as the chairperson would have then noted that whilst we may not have achieved the item in the Q3, but in the Q4 quarter, we then achieved the issue of having our artificial intelligence strategy presented and being approved by the council. And that strategy speaks to what the chairperson actually observed, in the sense that we then need to take advantage of artificial intelligence in the space of online monitoring. And that is also connected in terms of our strategy with regards to cost reduction. I think that the Honorable Chairperson would note that as part of the Amendment Act, there is an issue of the classifiers that is actually addressed by that Whilst we note that we then devise a strategy of trying to reduce the cost of hiring classifiers by trying and making sure that we take advantage of artificial intelligence. I won't do away totally with classifiers as we see them as an integral part of our strategy, but we do think that in terms of the future of the entity, we certainly need to position ourselves in terms of artificial intelligence. And I think that this also speaks to the question that was then raised by Honorable Shongwe, who was then raising the issue of the relevance of the FPB with regards to our role and our future. And I think that I may have outlined the fact that the FP Amendment Act of 2019 clarifies the role that we need to play, one with regards to classification and the future of classification, and looking at the issues of content consumption in the current moment and the role that the FPB is playing. But secondly, it speaks to the question of child safety. A large part of our mandate is around child safety and how we ensure that the content that is being consumed, it does not put children in a very dangerous position. Having said some of these, then, Chairperson, I think that some of the key questions that have been raised, the executive should be able to respond to them. May I invite the CEO as well as the CFO to respond to some of the key questions, and then I'll come back later on if ever there's anything that I need to respond to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Through you, Honorable Chair. So, Chair, the other question you asked was on our how secure is our server environment and, where is it hosted? So we have a hybrid environment. Most of our systems are hosted physically here at the premises, but some are also then hosted on our cloud platform. So we do have that hybrid environment, and this enables us at least to manage availability and ensuring business continuity. So how secure is it? One of the projects we implemented in this financial year was a security operations center, which really helps us to monitor our perimeter and ensuring that our network is safe and all the possible, security breaches are then identified. So we are pleased to announce that at least with that rollout of that project, our environment is at least secure. At least we can anticipate challenges coming through, and we haven't had any other issues in the last couple of months. But there's a continuous process. We have to make sure that there's sort of ensuring that our network perimeter is secured. And I think, Prof, you answered Honorable Shongwe, so I will move to Honorable Mkhakha on protection of children against porn, and I think generally against harmful content. So one of our key mandates, Honorable Mkhakha, is this, the prohibitions. One of the prohibitions in the Act is that distribution of child sexual abuse material or any material that depicts violence against children, that is prohibited and is a criminal offense. And we work very closely on this one. I think this is one area that the FPB really is really out there, working closely with law enforcement agencies in ensuring that children are not exploited online. But also proactively as well in terms of the classification guidelines, where we are offering, age ratings and ensuring that parents or guardians, when they are consuming content, they do not expose children themselves. For example, if we're saying this is a 10 to 12, meaning that anyone other than that age should not be watching that. But there's only so much we can do. And our motto is that we educate and then the community then chooses. We're not going to enter into someone's home and say you should not be exposing your child to this content because they are still young. But we do engage. One of our key programs for this new financial year is the online safety program, where we really go out to schools, working with a lot of the partners, including online platforms themselves, in ensuring that we can educate the public on online safety, especially children, because we're targeting schools, because we think when we can spread the message at that young age, and then children themselves, because I mean, they are much more clever, they can pick up these things. They can like, okay, but this is, I should not be watching this, or why are you making me watch this? So they can really take that role, but also engaging teachers and parents as well. CFO and maybe CSE, you can take on the filling of positions and the irregular expenditure, and also in the equity plans from Honorable Mkhaga. I think Honorable Vilakazi, Prof has attended to some of the issues you are raising on the AI strategy, but advice well taken, and we really appreciate it. On the irregular expenditure as well, maybe Prof, I'm not sure if you'd want to take it or not, because I think the question was what happened and are we recovering? I think that's what Honorable Mkhaga was also asking, but you can let me know if I can come back to that. And then I think Honorable Sithole, CFO and CSE, if you could assist on the legal fees and the vacant positions. And I think Honorable Botlani, the chairperson, tried to answer, Prof answered on the regulator of the future and how are we positioning ourselves. We were not, I think you mentioned the issues on the over expenditure on the ITU. I'm not aware of this. Maybe this could be another entity, but CFO, you can also come in if this is one of the issues that we have reported. Maybe let's start with you, CFO. CFO?
Through you, CEO. Through you, CEO, I'll take the HR-related corporate services executive. Apologies. So my name is Beverly Nkumanda. I'm the corporate services executive for the Employment Publication Board. So the question on the equity profile of the organization, the CEO did touch on it. In terms of our representation, of the 89 positions that are filled, 54 are women and the remainder is men. So in terms of the gap, it's really to bring more men, but in terms of equity representation, we are doing well. Also on the disability front. On the question of the composition versus the decision not to fill vacancies, the decision was only taken this year, but before it was taken, we already filled 13 positions, critical positions. But because of the composition budget that is currently at 80% of the total grant allocation, we had to implement some talent management strategies that include the reskilling of staff and also staff mobility in terms of those who have finalized their qualification in the relevant areas where we need capacity. This is also meant to also address the issue of us finalizing the OD processes around the structure that was approved by Council and the Ministry, because the structure that we submitted actually added more positions for us to deliver on the expanded mandate. But because of the allocation that remains at around 100 million, 104, 107 million, versus the 85 million of that being composition. So as management, we had to now to take a step back and see how then do we still deliver on the mandate of the FPB with the limited number that we have. You might have noted that of the 89 that we have, we still need to pay 25 classifiers and QA out of that allocation. So we're coming with means, and you've seen on the performance of the organization that the commitment of staff is actually very good. We've created teams that are working on the key deliverables of the organization. So we want to believe the balance so far it's manageable, but because we are still also growing the revenue, which we cannot attach to COE, it becomes a balancing act and reprioritization as and when we've got vacancies. So I think from my end, that will be it as CEO. Back to CFO. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with the annual renewal fees, why it's low and why we under collected. So the process requires the registered distributor to renew after a period of 12 months has lapsed, and they are given 30 days grace period. If they do not renew, then they are required to register. and the difference is mainly on the cost of either registering or renewal. For example, if a distributor has a shop, they are required to pay a registration fee of 2,222. However, if they are renewing, they pay 148 rand if they are a small distributor, 296 rand if they are medium distributor, or 444 rand if they are a large distributor. So the difference is mainly on the rate that is charged on when you are renewing versus when you are registering. The question on procurement relating to people with disability, we are working closely with the unit in DCDT, which is responsible for GDYC, to assist improve this area. We we also opened our adverts to our website for ease of access. We also go out and select the bidders on the CSD. However, as you saw, the spending for the quarter was about 1.7 million. We really don't have appetizing services that we advertise, and I think that is also a contributing factor because our requests for quotations are very small, they are not desirable. On legal fees, for the annual ending 31st March, we spent 3,699,000, and the main contributors to that, I'm going to break them into three categories. The first one is the legal cases we have with distributors who are challenging the applicability of our act. We have a case that has been going on for some time now. We also have a matter we had also had one matter in labor court, one matter in high court, which we're running during the current financial year. And the matter at the labor court is with the ex-employee. The matter at high court was with the union, the organized labor that is in FPB. But before the end of the financial year, at least that matter was resolved. And the third part is the disciplinary process that was handled during the year relating to 3 executives. We also embarked on some investigation resulting from the whistleblowing reports that we received during the year. And as a result, we ended up spending that 3.6 million. We do have measures in place to address the legal costs so that we don't end up spending more than what we have. The CCM cases are handled in-house, and we've been able to close most of the issues without incurring legal fees. The council also has provided guidance that we must resolve matters outside the court. If there's need for mediation, we must opt for that option. And we are seeing these measures assisting when you look at the issues that we come across. So the legal fees should be going down. I think I've covered all. Acting CEO, thank you.
Can you hear me, Chairperson?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. It's the Deputy Chairperson again. I think that there was just one item which was then outstanding in terms of the responses that we have, which I think it was an item that was raised by Honorable Villagas around the 3.7 million that would have then been signed by someone who was not authorized to sign. I think honorable members would recall that the FPB and particularly the council, there was an issue around the CEO and the disciplinary processes that we had to engage on in relation to the now former CEO of the FPB. And in terms of the charges that were outlined to the CEO, this matter is part of the charges that were put to the CEO. And of the 6 charges that we had put, he was found guilty of 4. And this is one of the charges that he was found guilty of. And I think that the committee members would know in terms of the processes that we have then followed with regards to the recommendations that were made by the chairperson of the disciplinary committee. And safe to say that the additional ones that were made to us as the council, we are still dealing with that. And part of this matter, it's a matter that is receiving attention. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson. We'd like to now call about ZADNA. ZADNA.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start with the issue of the former CEO about whether the legalities that are happening at the moment might cause reputational damage. Maybe just to say that this matter has been going on since 2019, and on 2 occasions was found to have been guilty of the charges that were against him. And I think also maybe to highlight that when we went through the CCMA process, ZADNA also, well, the judgment was in favor of ZADNA. Pending this, the labor court issue is that the former CEO did go to the labor court, but he hasn't submitted the requisite information that was required by the labor court. That's the reason why we were able to go back and ask for, because you are given a certain time for you to respond to the query that the labor court puts to you. The CEO wasn't able to submit the information required. That's the reason why we were able to go and ask for the matter to be struck off the roll. And the matter will be struck off the roll. We are quite sure that it will be, because they had indicated that the reason why it hasn't been done is because they have backlog. So I think that and in terms of the cost of the case of the case of the CEO, I do not have the figures at hand, but we will endeavor to send them to the committee members. The second one is, I think this one is an important one about us extending connectivity. Maybe just to say that ZADNA doesn't extend connectivity, but we issue online identity to schools and to the royal household. What I mean by that is that when you look at connectivity alone is not sufficient for meaningful connectivity, because meaningful connectivity takes into account all the other aspects, the layers that sit on top of the infrastructure that would be connectivity. And what we do is to ensure that, you know, there's activity in terms of there's access and usage of the infrastructure that is laid. We don't lay infrastructure. That is not our mandate. And Chairperson, you did ask about inclusivity. Digital inclusivity, this is what we mean to say that we believe that everyone in South Africa has the right to be digitally active, to be a digital citizen. And by giving, you know, the royal households and the schools this identity, it means that they also can be part of that. They can showcase what is it that they do. They are online, they are able to communicate and have a far-reaching you know, footing in terms of who they are and the information that the person might need about them. And also to say that this digital identity also, in a way, it creates other opportunities of your e-commerce sites and so forth and so forth. And regarding school digitization, we have been to a lot of places. We have been to Khasiama in DR, where we digitized. We gave an online identity to a few schools there. CEO will remind me, there's been a few provinces that we've been to, and the reason why we haven't been able to have the reach that we wanted is that we have been it was due to funding constraints. And the reason why we missed the targets here, it's not that we are delving into what is it that we're not supposed to do, but it was the fact that if you want to give an identity to royal households and to the communities in the townships, you have to get approval from the local authorities. It's something that you do as a collaboration, not just as ZADNA just coming in. Going back to the other question on domain name, why is it that we superseded the numbers that we had spoken to before. Is that I think the CEO did allude to this to say that usually the third quarter, that's when you find that because of the holidays, the festive season, people do not renew and people do not register new names. That's the reason why, we always recover on the fourth quarter. And what is it that we'll be doing to ensure that we continue the momentum is that I think it's important to have advocacy programs. We do those, but I don't think we are getting it's not far-reaching as it should be. We should be promoting the ZA namespace. This is what we intend to do. We have a engagement strategy on that, and also communicating the benefits of registering it as ZA name. I think a lot of people do not understand this and do not know this, and I think in part it is that maybe at fault as ZADNA. Maybe just to make an example is that if you register a .com name, the money leaves the country. That's the first part. It doesn't remain in South Africa. When you register a .com name or another generic top-level domain name, that means that if you were to dispute that somebody has registered your name, you have to go dispute that in the US. You cannot dispute it in South Africa. If you register any name under ZA, we have dispute mechanism, alternative dispute mechanisms in place that we take care of that. I think those were the questions that I was going to answer, and then I will let the CEO answer on the finances and the finance manager and all the other questions. There was one last one that I wanted to talk to is that if our sister entities are not registering under ZA, are we winning? I think we are losing because we should be exemplary in how we do things. And we are engaging, our, entities that are South African in nature, entities that are government in nature, to explain to them what it means to register as and it's also about, being proudly South African. I will now hand over to the CEO to respond to the rest of the questions. Thank you. CEO, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. The Chair, starting from the top, I think you have covered majority of the questions. Mine would be just to add to, I would say, the nuances and also the figures. In terms of maintenance of the momentum, speaking to this one, for the current strategic cycle, as approved or endorsed by the board, honorable members, we do see the need to become competitive, speaking to our ambitions just to maintain that growth, whereby we would be engaging in numerous initiatives well within our mandate through ourselves and also other partners, where we envisage that we need to look towards the informal economy to grow the space, rather than focusing majority of our efforts on the formal economy. Also, we do have a partnership with CIPC, and we look forward to growing that particular integration, ensuring that those that register companies, they register names upfront. We are also looking at partnering with financial institutions, whereby if SMMEs engages those financial institutions, they are able to register domain names with ease, and thus ensuring our services are accessible. I think while the Chair at length has touched on the former CEO's role, there was a question in terms of how is this impacting the organization. Not that it does not act in terms of reputation and all of those. However, the impact is not felt at the current moment in relation to the two cases. When I say two cases, I'm also speaking to the one of the information disclosure. While one is still on that particular point, there was a question in terms of the cost. To cite the current legal cost for the current for the previous financial year, we spent about 77,000 in total. As the Chair indicated, we will get the exact cost for the former CEO's case. Moving on to the CFO's role. Indeed, one would not like to lose any executive. Unfortunately, due to being outcompeted, the former colleague elected to move on to better prospects. And this is really the reason why we could not retain him. Of course, they opted to move on, and it was, I have to say, a somber moment for the organization, because she was part of the first cohort of managers that we recruited as we were building capacity within ZADNA. However, for the comfort of the portfolio committee, we have undertaken a recruitment process, and I believe we have scheduled interviews on the 6th of June. Hopefully, by the time we come to report in July, we would come back with positive information, if not an individual that would present the financials on our behalf. In terms of the long-term and the short-term investments, in terms of the long-term, I will get the figures for the members and respond in writing. However, we do have a positive balance in with that regards. Short-term, that's where we have sort of expensed quite hard on that. But however, I'll just provide a written submission in terms of the breakdown and where we are sitting, and plans to, of course, ensure that we are liquid going forward. There was another question in relations to the missed targets. Over and above what I think the chair has shared, we have put in place what we call an operations response center. The intent of this is to solely focus on those missed targets for the respective quarter and the subsequent quarters, ensure that we are able to turn the ship around. But on a lighter note and on a different note, I think it's also important to note to members that with all of these, we have been able to sort of make way, whereby for the 100 township businesses, we have partnered with a financial institution which seeks to which we seek to use their platforms to ensure that while we digitize, they also provide some financial education for emerging SMMEs within the informal sector. In the same breath, as indicated, members, we have finalized and we would be deploying very soon the digital identity for one royal house, that is the Bakwena Royal House. Furthermore, there has been an indication from the Queen's Forum, which is of course convened under COPTA. They want to also have their own digital identity. So there is some moving up to this particular program. Also, while we are still on that one, Chair, it is also noteworthy that we are being assisted by Traditional Affairs, and to some extent, the Office of the Presidency through the DG there has extended some assistance in terms of unlocking access to the key stakeholders for enabling us to digitize the royal houses and also traditional councils. Moving on to the cost of the external audit. The cost of the external audit, rounded up, it's about 169,000 for the company that we have appointed. I think the chair has indicated, honorable members, we have been active with the school digitization, whereby we have active sites in the Free State, Northwest, Eastern Cape, KZN, Limpopo, and of course in Northern Cape. It doesn't mean that we will be ending there, members. The intention is to, of course, digitize quintile 1 to quintile 3 schools, as those will be prioritized. In terms of the over expenses, I think this question was meant for us, Honorable Potlani. There were budgets in place in terms of traveling and participation to ICANN and some ITU activities. Unfortunately, that exceeded what was budgeted. We have subsequently then have done internal readjustment and ensuring that we fall back in line. Also, for the current financial year, we have ensured that there is adequate budgeting allocated for these activities. In terms of the 1-4 policy, this was an overrun in terms of an expense. This related to an internet governance program that we have convened, whereby there were unexpected costs because we could not secure the necessary funding. However, in the current financial year and going forward, we have managed to secure partners and also sponsors, both from our sister entities and private sector and civil society, just to mention a few, who have come forward to ensure that we do not shortfall in terms of our expenditure. I think in the main, those are the questions that one had to address, honorable members. I will then hand over back to yourself, Chairs.
Thank you so much, Dr. ZADNA, for your responses. Finally, can I invite Mr. Trevor Ramita from NEMISA for your responses, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is appreciated, and we appreciate the questions that came through, Chair. So from your side, Chairperson, you were, I took it as more of a question or a comment when you said, are we not under setting or under targeting? Let me put it that way. The response to that is that, Chair, we take careful steps when we set targets, looking at what we can afford to deliver, as well as our capacity to do so. And therefore, we believe that there's quite a lot of processing that ensures that the targets that we set are realistic and that they also stretch the organization. So we believe that these targets are aligned to the factors that I've just outlined. And moving on to the next question, Chair, or before I do that, I need to indicate as well that we have made it a point across the organization that we become a high-performing organization, and that we grow our performance from time to time. And we've seen quite a good response from the team, and we motivate them all the time, but at the same time, we monitor very regularly on how we are doing. And I think that helps us. And moving on to the next question, it was from Honorable Mkhakha. It was relating to the deficit in Q3 and then the surplus in Q4. And how does that work? The answer that I can give relating to that is that if you look at Q3, we really accelerated. We stretched ourselves in terms of delivery, because we realized that we needed to implement a recovery plan from areas that we did not perform well in the previous quarters. And while doing that, the market also responded very well, and we were able to really surpass even our recovery plan. And hence, that led to the deficit. And when we went to Q4, we really were very cautious, and we reduced our expansionist approach, being cautious. And while we met our targets for the year, that has resulted into a surplus. So I think it's a lesson that we will take forward as we move forward to find a way as to how do we balance this so that we perform well as we move on. And this also was linked to a question from Honorable Mkhakha about the accruals, whether there were any accruals. Yes, there were accruals from the prior quarters into Q3 and from Q3 into Q4. Given that we had received some grants from, there was one grant we received from British High Commission for cell phone repairs training. It was just around 1.4 million, which eventually was utilized by the end of Q3. So it was an accrual from Q2 into Q3. And then we also had a grant that came from DCDT, also for cell phone repairs, for an amount of 7 million rand, which we did utilize some of it into Q4, and the remainder we are utilizing in the current quarter, Chairperson. So there has been some accruals. And from Honorable Vilagasi, he asked a question about tracking of participants. Indeed, we did have extensive interactions, myself and him, and engagements when he did oversight visits. And we committed, after having learned from that interaction, that we need to do pre and post participation feedback or assessments immediately before the beneficiaries undertake training and after they have taken the training, just to see if there's been any difference or any growth in them. So we've started doing that in this new financial year. And in terms of the longitudinal study, impact assessment study, we have also put systems in place to implement that. It's part of our APP as well. And this will be implemented in the middle of the financial year, but utilizing data from the previous financial year. And going forward, incrementally adding new beneficiaries as per the financial year, but also tracking as to how those beneficiaries grow over the year, or if there's any impact over the years, so that as a longitudinal study can give us lessons as to what is it that we need to improve, where do we need to go back and intervene into those beneficiaries, and so forth. So it is something that is in the pipeline that we are implementing, Chairperson. And moving on to Honorable Baldani's questions. The first one had to do with how much does NEMISA outsource, or how much outsourcing does NEMISA do? The question to that is two-pronged. The first one has to do with the training itself, or training activities themselves. So we have a number of outsource partners, or partners that we work with, let me put it that way. First, we have the core labs at 8 universities. And we plan with them, then they go and implement, and they invoice NEMISA, we pay them. And in that process, there was a realization, the board realized that there was a need to add other partners, SMMEs or NPOs that are active in the space, that have the right people to deliver the training. And we did a call for partnerships at that time. And those partners were onboarded through an SCM process, and we've been working with them. They've been helping us, in particular around SMME training or digital entrepreneurship. And other than that, Chair, we do also have the Yarona Digital Ambassadors Program. It is the one that recruits young people from rural areas, from townships, and they get trained to become trainers. So we have utilized that one to place them into TVET colleges as well. There was a specific recruitment for placing them into TVET colleges, and we are expanding that from 15 TVET colleges at the moment into 20 more TVET colleges. And we placed at least 2 ambassadors per TVET college. So that is really how we operate. And we also piloted utilizing independent facilitators or tutors who are individuals. And the 4 that we've had have done very well. And we are also looking at piloting e-tutors who can support our online learning participants. So that's as far as we go in terms of training, and we still are strengthening the model to make sure that we are able to deliver at scale and that we have capacity. Internally, we do have trainers as well, and most of them are in the creative media side. We are also looking at partnering with CSIR to avail their experts in digital skills side as well, for them to assist us in terms of deliveries. So that's how we operate. And in terms of other areas where we outsource IT in the main, especially hosting services, cloud hosting services, and other IT support services for our learning management system that enables our online learning. Yeah, in the main, that is the area where we outsource and IT support. And we also recently have onboarded labor relations consultants that support us as well. And moving on into the next question, which was, are we being affected by the external environment or the seasons or just the conditions out there? Indeed, yes. And there are quite a number of factors. As it is seasons, whether it's school holidays or festive season. Festive season is usually very difficult, but we were able to overcome it in Q3 this time around. But in the previous years, we would have challenges with people not being interested in the planned training activities. Sometimes in schools, especially for teachers, we tend to struggle when it's teaching time, that they are not available, and weekends as well. It's very difficult to access them. So it depends on various target markets that we work with, but there are definitely factors that are at play. Also, when it comes to rural areas, it's connectivity issues where maybe there's no connectivity. We try to send in our ambassadors into those areas with routers and tools to support those learners in those areas. We have also zero-rated our learning management system, even though for certain aspects of the learning, we still need to strengthen that zero rating, or to when it comes to things like videos, for instance. I can say that, yes, there are seasonal factors. Maybe we need to start analyzing them, properly and coming up with mitigating actions, even though we do risk assessment from time to time and we monitor how the risks may affect our delivery. And the last question had to do with renting from SABC. Yes, we are here and we work very closely with SABC. The issue of electricity or utilities is not that it was stolen. At the time when we came in, there were no meters in the section where we are. And we agreed with SABC that we will not be able to pay while there's no readings. Otherwise, we would get findings from our auditors, and we agreed. However, they encountered problems from their side with their own auditors. And there was a mechanism that was proposed to do the counting. And only thereafter, we agreed while they are in the process of procuring meters. And we agreed, and it was only then that we started paying. And we agreed that we would pay that in this quarter, which we have done. So it's, I think going forward, things will be in order. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Trevor, Mr. Trevor Ramito from NEMISA. And thank you all chairpersons and all CEOs and members from the various entities for your comprehensive responses. I did note that one of the entities will give a written response. Secretariat would note that. Members, thank you so much. It's now 18:21. We've really You have been very generous with your time. A meeting that was intended to finish at 5 o'clock, it's now 18:21, almost 1 hour, 20 minutes after the time. And I think this epitomizes the really high work ethic of the 7th administration, and particularly of the Portfolio Committee of Communications and Digital Technology. As I had indicated in the introductory comments, that this meeting was necessitated by a very jam-packed program, and I think the necessity for us to have strong oversight and hold entities to account. So that is why our program is now being extended to Wednesdays as well as to Fridays. And the late shift was to really accommodate MPs such as myself, such as Honorable Sithole as well, who have got portfolio committee meetings in the morning on Fridays. So thank you all members so much for your indulgences, for your really participation and active engagement right till the end with all the entities. I really want to appreciate that. I want to appreciate the support of the Secretariat and indeed our entities. And thank you so much. We will be meeting virtually on Tuesday next week. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Long live the acting chair.
Long live.
Gawanga.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Mr. Honorable Velakazi.